Hey you, are you wasting your time on social media again?
The standard narrative has holes.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
if the trajectory continues as it is,
It is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
We live in a
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
this man is being more slippery than the lubricant. This man is being more slippery. He's being more slippery than the lubricant in his daughter's sex shop.
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested?
If you look at the Quran, you will get the indication that you can have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old. Come here, let me slap you. Quran alone, you're allowed to have sexual intercourse with 5-year-olds. Get me one verse in the Quran which says the woman has to be pubescent. One verse. If the trajectory continues as it is,
It is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
if the trajectory continues as it is,
It is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
Have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty.
If showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's
What
the
about age
principle.
4?
If there
If there are
signs.
signs. See, the thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved at these ages.
You mean the parents that are brainwashed by guys like you?
You can lie to your spouse.
But can he lie in the context of, for example, if one says, I sense that you've got a second wife, can he say, no, I don't?
Yes, you can. You can say that.
You can say that.
Yes, I personally believe this is. The Prophet said you can do it.
if the trajectory continues as it is,
It is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
if the trajectory continues as it is,
It is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
The scientific miracles in the Quran got debunked. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. It's gone. And we are proud of that. We are proud of that.
aha,
We are proud of that. We are proud of that.
aha,
We are proud of that.
you're finished, you're finished, wallahi you're finished.
It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us to the least. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. Repeat it again, very carefully. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us to the least. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us.
Stay away from Islam.
And we're here. Thank you very much for Sal for that music. I thought it was poetic, considering that we're diving on into what Ali Dawa has to say about Muhammad Hijab's secret wife. He is finally breaking his silence and opening up. Well, we'll find out shortly now, won't we? Joined for this investigation is Thaddeus, who is joining me from Reasoned Answers. Hello, Thaddeus. Would you mind introducing yourself to the audience who may or may not be familiar with you?
Hello, everyone. Glad you're here today. Sad that we have to talk about this nonsense, but it is a very important subject. I've been covering it a lot myself lately on my channel, Reasoned Answers, where I talk about issues as they relate to Christianity and Islam. And I've taken a particular interest in this case because this woman, regardless of whether she, quote unquote, should have known better, she is very much been victimized and taken advantage of. And for some reason, no Islamic figures, she's said that she's been trying to get help for 2 years. Not one Islamic figure would listen to her. At one point, she said that she'd talked to 100 scholars and not one of them would take up. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but you get the point. She's been going everywhere and anywhere she possibly could in order to get some help. And nothing, complete silence from all these Dawa boys, from all these non-public figures who are, Islamic scholars who are mostly behind the scenes. None of them. Jurists, people who are supposed to be fighting for the oppressed, those who need justice, no help whatsoever. So I don't like to see those who are weak and powerless being taken advantage of. So this case is especially of interest to me, not because it's super damaging to Islam or because I hate Muslims or anything like that, because of the nature of the case and the abuse this woman has taken.
Absolutely. She's been going through some pretty rough time with it. Again, this is someone who has been targeted, who has been preyed upon. Yeah, you can argue that she should have thought better, but it's much easier to look back and say, well, you should know now. You should have known. Well, you know what? Love is blind. And when you go through that, you're not really paying attention to that, even if they tell you that your own self is lying. You misunderstood something. Don't you remember XYZ? We definitely did that. You said they're like, I don't think I did, but I love this person, so I'm going to believe him anyway. That happens. So very easy. Now, this is very interesting because not too long ago, guess what? Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa were both talking about this topic. Almost as if they were actually participating in it at the time. And now I've got a couple clips before we dive into what Ali Dawa has to say. So let's go ahead and look at those little clips that we have here. Just sort of setting the groundwork for what has already been said. The first one is Muhammad Hijab talking about lying to your wife.
Your husband or your wife, to be fair, because the hadith in Sahih Muslim says لا يحل الكذب إلا في ثلاث, that lying is not allowed except for three things. One of them is hadith الرجل لامرأته, that when a man speaks to his wife. And in Sahih Muslim it says, and when a wife speaks to her husband.
White lies?
It doesn't have to be white. It can be a black lie. Sorry to say. I'm not. This idea of a white lie it's a modern day thing that people say.
Okay.
In the classical works, there's no differentiation there here in the kutub. Like for example, that's not how people understood it. It can be you can lie to your spouse. In this situation, so the issue of this is that.
So can they lie in the context of, for example, if one says, I sense that you've got a second wife, can he say, no, I don't?
Yes, you can. You can say that.
You can say that.
Yes, I personally believe this is.
So yes, you can lie to your second wife according to Muhammad. We know he was doing this. In fact, he was actively doing this process while he's sitting there. So, Dice, what are your thoughts on that, real quick? As I pull up our next.
I've seen this clip a few times now, but I noticed this time that Ali Dawa has like some strange facial expressions going on in the background, like he's having a seizure or something. But besides that, I don't know why he can't control himself and just sit still. But
because they
not that one yet, not there yet. Go ahead. Sorry.
Besides that, Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa. There are two other Muslim men in the room, but they too have organized this. I think it's a series on Ali Dawa's channel. They've brought in themselves and 4 Muslim women to basically instruct them on how they might not want a second wife, but that's their problem, right? If they don't want their husband to take a second wife. And all 4 women do say that they would be against that. Basically, well, this is why we have to keep it a secret, why we have to get wives in secret. Wink, wink, and nod, nod. Not me. But, I don't recommend this, but this is why all the scholars, he said that, and not in the portion you played, but earlier he said, all the classical scholars did this, right? They got secret second wives.
We're definitely playing some of those other clips of what he said because it primes the pump. This is where he is coming from on this. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and take a look at...
Because they are scared of the consequences. Not seeing their kids being kicked out,
being blackmailed. These are major sins, by the way. Not showing your kids. I know brothers who have been divorced and not seeing their kids because they wanted to get second wives. This is dhulm. On the day of judgment, are you mad? Something he did halal, understand, it's emotional, you're upset. You are stopping him from seeing his kids. You are now going to the law.
So, bad women are causing this. That's what the problem is. It's the women that don't want their husbands to have second wives, who will go for a divorce over them having second wives. Who knew? You know, their wives don't want their husbands go pick up the hottest thing on the street and completely forget about their old wife.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe have a hotel wife on top of that. Well, Mohammed Hijab has his last little comment, and then we'll dive into the breaking secret that Ali Dawa was presenting to us, which is interesting.
Your husband or your wife, to be fair, because the hadith in Sahih Muslim says لا يحل الكذب إلا في ثلاث, that lying is not allowed except for three things.
Is that the same one?
No.
1 second.
No, I don't think so. I think that was new.
Okay. This one.
This is the bait that a stupid man will take. When for example, his wife is already threatening him, blackmailing him, and these kind of things. He knows that the state has got his her backing. In those situations where you can see her claws and her malice, for her to call you a coward and stuff like that, I would say to the brothers that want to do polygamy and not let the first wife, do never fall for that bait, ever.
So, yeah, this is for the stupid people to do. Don't fall for this obvious trap. Only stupid Muslims would do this, as he is doing it behind the scenes. Whoopsie. So,
yeah, and again, they organized this topic. I mean, why are they so eager to talk about this?
They're the ones that pick this topic, and they're like, oh, we're both going to sit here and talk about this. And you know what? We're going to find out here that Ali Dawa knew that Mohammed Hijab had a side piece. So I share this video here. This is very interesting because of some things that he says in this video. Again, this is from Ali Dawa's own channel. He's the one putting this stuff up. He's making it way too easy.
None of my friends have ever seen my wife. And anytime I go to my friend's house, I have never seen their wife. Ever.
What?
Ever. You said that some of my friends' husbands, I don't talk to them outside, or some of them I do.
Yeah.
What would happen if you was to have that kind of dialogue, let's say outside, you used to see them? The question is this: where do we draw the line and say, this is okay, that's not okay? It's all subjective. I'm not saying.
My point is, he is claiming here to never met any of Mohammed Hijab's wives. Well, guess what?
What a
strange thing to focus on.
Yeah, what a self-own. It's like, I can't see any of his wives or any of the other Dawa boys' lives, because if I do, I'll start lusting after them and desperately want them. You know, I have contact with a lot of females between work and my wife and my friends and my friends' wives, and I've never lusted after one of them. But Ali Dawa, right? And basically, and he's not just speaking for himself, he's speaking for the whole Dawa scene. We're all lustful pigs. We save ourselves from being lustful pigs by hiding all the women.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if he ever saw, you know, one of Mohammed Hijab's wives, because we know at this point that he's in this interview, he's already talked. So he's actually already met her, already knows that she is one of his wives. Sorry, caught yourself a little lie in there, boy. So, okay, well, let's go ahead and finally dive in to this video here.
At that time, I look at this guy as a god.
That if no one would like to get me help with this, I would go to the most vile of the vilest of the. I'm in a public place, right? I have no problem even being hand to hand with Shaitan to getting this up.
Does he have any children, any kids himself?
Yes, and I'm making dua on them as well.
We condone his children as well? Yes. Their atoms, their cells, their bodies give him cancer.
Myself.
Now, she's extremely upset in this. She's extremely emotional in this. She got stabbed in the back by a man who took sexual advantage of her and then dropped her off and abandoned her. Okay. Should she say that and wish that upon people? No. But I can kind of see where she's coming from as far as being hurt. Just saying. So, that being said, that was
just
the
real
groundwork
quick.
he wants to put.
Real quick. He's doing his independent investigation here, but somehow the only things that he has are what he found in the clip that Muhammad Hijab put out pretending to be a third party. Doesn't have any other information, and he's just repeating those same talking points, almost like he's just a yes man for Muhammad Hijab. And also, he's going to misunderstand what she means when she says that his children are his cells. So if I'm cursing him, I'm cursing them as well. He's going to say, she even wants to curse the cells of the children. No, what she's saying is his children come from him, right? They're part of him. So he doesn't even understand what the curse is. That's the level of intelligence we're dealing with here.
Yeah, so guys, as we're going through this, keep in mind, it gets bad. It gets bad. You know what? Let's just hear what he has to say, because he is by far one of the best people at defeating himself and Islam together.
Myself and my wife, we know her as Bushra, which is her real name. And some of you guys, and most of you guys, have never met her. I have met her face to face on multiple occasions.
That's nasty to do. So that is, hey, this is who she is. I want to see about this. Don't need to.
Yeah, he's going to use her actual name, at first name anyway, several times in this video. At least he doesn't use her full name and like give her address and stuff like that. But she's referring to herself as Aisha, so why not just use that name, you know?
Yeah, don't. She's trying to keep her identity off the record. I can understand that. Go under as Aisha, fine, whatever. But that's still pretty nasty to try to do, because there's probably plenty of people that know her and can connect the dots.
Especially hearing her voice.
Assalamu alaikum.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said especially since you also hear her voice, right? So you might say, oh, I think that sounds like my friend, but I'm not sure. And then you get the name. Now you know for sure.
Now you connect the dots and you're like, oh, no, that's definitely her. That's her, because she hasn't revealed her face, nothing like that.
Right.
So, it's a dangerous game to play.
Wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers and sisters and dear friends. Before I start this video, I want to say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Brothers and sisters, many of you guys know this sister who's come out with these accusations as Tuba, as Aisha, as Sarah. Many of you guys have heard the stories behind the screens and the accusations. Myself and my wife, we know her as Bushra, which is her real name. And some of you guys, and most of you guys, have never met her. I have met her face to face on multiple occasions. And
so face-to-face multiplication. I thought he said in that earlier video that he never met any of his friends' wives.
Yeah, well, he's going to allege that they were
including-
never married. Yeah, they were never married.
Well, if he never married, then wouldn't that be Muhammad Hijab committing sex out of marriage then? Because he does admit that happened.
Well, Hijab does, but Ali Dawa is still holding the line that this is just an obsessed stalker making everything up.
So that seems to be a pretty rough case to make, but okay, fine.
I'm going to, inshallah, tell you guys exactly what happened when I met her, to when I interviewed her, and how this all transpired for me finding out what really happened.
I got a better idea. If this interview ever actually happened, release the interview. if you're the one that recorded it, you have a copy of it, release the interview. That way we can see it firsthand. And you can give context as it goes. That would be called evidence.
Mm-hmm. He is going to say that it's deleted later in the video. I'll save my reasoning to why, but I actually think he's telling the truth when he says that. So he did an interview, but then he deleted it, is his story.
Deleted it. That's kind of convenient, but okay.
Now, in the beginning of the video, guys, you heard some things that were very, very disturbing. And I can remember when I first heard them, I was like, really? Would someone go to this level, no matter how much you hate someone, to say, yes, 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 to his kids' selves? Now, there are people, who kill children, like the Zionist regime. And every single one of you guys and all of us have come together in the past years condemning the atrocities. And
yep, the fabricated Zionist regime. You got to talk about those Jews. It's all those.
It's always about Israel. And I went to the comments on non-hijab, right? Response video, and sorted by most recent. And it's devolved to where nearly every Muslim making a comment is like, I could tell she's an Israeli spy. This is Mossad's work, even though it's not something that hijab has alleged, right? That they are all just so paranoid and is obsessed with Israel and Jews that they've convinced them that she sounds just like an Israeli and blah, blah, blah.
She's really a Jew plant. That's what it is. It is all to take down hijab. In fact, when hijab was talking about, Elon Musk is also a Jew. And then he conspired with her to secretively sleep with me and then take down me. So says hijab. Yeah. That's the level of argument we're at, guys.
we have been shocked over and over again when Zionists have come and justified their actions to us. So you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, when somebody comes and says, not just making general dua, I hope his children, this happens to them or something bad happens to them. They go to specific details by saying, I make dua against their selves. Who talks like that? Number one. Number two.
Muslims talk like that.
And again, this guy's so I've watched this obviously, and it was so hard to get through. Not because he's the material itself is hard, although it is hard hearing this kind of material, but because he's so repetitive and so clueless, he can't even understand basic points. The question is, what about his kids? And she's like, yeah, they're his cells. I make dua against them as well. She's saying that his kids come from him, right? She's not saying I'm attacking his cells specifically, but all he does here, he's like, if she just cursed his kids, that'd be fine. But cursing the cells of his kids? More, I can't even understand what she was saying.
On top of that, it's not like this is an actual threat, like, I'm going to rape your wife, or, your wife's going to kneel before me or anything like that, which, Ali Dawa has actually said that sort of stuff. And so is Muhammad Hijab. So, whoops.
Well, they're just going to whip you into submission.
Yep. Physical harm.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to praying that Allah would curse them. Now, if Allah was true, according to Islam, just theoretically thinking, then Allah would know the truth, and he would choose if he's going to curse or not. So it would be up to him at that point. So she's passing the buck, where when Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab made some very serious threats, it was them personally causing this to happen. Seems a little different to me, but who knows? I'm not a Muslim who thinks backwards.
Two, to come and say that he sees hijab as a god is number two.
Yeah, that's basic Romeo sort of concepts that you're doing.
But also, I mean, did she actually mean a deity when she said that?
No, high authority.
She said, I looked up to him like a god, right? Okay, so yeah, poor choice of words. But was she actually worshiping him? No.
No.
Did she actually think that he was God incarnate? Obviously not. Come on, Ali Dawa, be serious.
Nope. Now, in Islam, you're supposed to take your authorities, right? You're supposed to respect your authorities. You're supposed to look up to your authorities, your scholars, your imams. You're supposed to have a deep level of respect for them, which is all that she was saying. She had this amazing amount of respect for Muhammad Hijab before he did this.
Number 3, making dua that he himself, hijab, gets cancer. And the most shocking of them all, because all of them you can say she's making dua. There's no active thing that you can do. But no, she actually tells the intentions of even shaking hands with shaitan. Yeah, not anyone, shaitan. And now, obviously, she maybe have attempted or not. But then she says, I will go to the most vilest of the vile. And she did exactly that by going to human satans and going to the most vilest of the vile. And when I'm saying this, brothers and sisters, we are talking about people who rip the Quran, who spit on the Quran, who insult the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who curse, who do everything and say everything to insult Islam. Not only that, these two individuals, Apis and Rotten Wood, who...
Okay, first of all, again, rule of thumb, refer to AP like that, we got to rip the Quran. So I guess we would be part of those most vile individuals. And Ali Dawa, you're a little behind the scenes. If you haven't seen some of the shorts on my channel, buddy, there's a whole nother level. But say the name or this insult, piece of paper. Again, you caused this. I mean, it's not that complicated. If you would just said AP and David Wood, to your understanding, are the worst of creatures, which according to the Quran, they definitely are. Okay. Well, it's nasty, but that's about it, right? But other than that, there you go. Okay, well, that's one paper. So hopefully you don't do that too much.
Yeah, hopefully not too much. You know, I don't think... I'm glad you didn't set the criteria as every time he lied, because I cannot afford to buy that many Qurans.
No, I don't have that much. I have some Qurans here, but some of them I don't necessarily want to rip up. But again, a little behind the scenes here. A little behind the times, not paying attention to stuff anymore. But okay.
But
well,
but the irony here, right, is that she said that said that she'd go to the most vile of creatures, shake hands with shaitan. She's describing David Wood as the most vile of creatures and shaitan. And Ali Dawa was like, can you believe this? She said that she would seek out whoever she needed to, and then she sought out whoever she needed to. Except he's also lying because she never attempted to contact it, apostate prophet, I have learned.
So, well, even then, and she didn't do this like the first thing. This one of her first reaction was to go to David
100
Wood.
scholars, in her words, all rejected her attempts.
Including, according to Ali Dawa, including himself.
Yeah.
Including himself. When she went to him and his wife for help, she was rejected. The only one that she could turn to for help are the Christians. What a big surprise. Go ahead and continue and see what his point is here.
Went to Israel, walked the streets of Jerusalem, and said, we don't see any genocide, mockingly, while the Palestinian kids were being blown into pieces. They didn't see any genocide.
Again.
So you know what? One thing that I will give her, she did.
Again, it's always everything. Every single time they talk about anything, it's like.
But again.
Yeah. Every time, no matter what they're talking about.
It's contaminated. They're contaminated with the Jews. They have dirty Jew blood. Not like we like it.
They
where it's
walked
all
through
over
the
us.
streets.
It's dirty Jew blood.
They walked through the streets and showed there was no violence going on because they were mocking us. How's that mocking you? Unless it's mocking your blatant lies about what's going on there, it's not mocking you. It's just saying there's no genocide going on here. There's no violence at all going on here. We can walk the streets. And Ali Dawa says that means they're mocking him.
Yep.
Go to whom the shaitans. And she did went to the most vilest of the vile. She definitely fulfilled that promise that she gave you and all of us. And she went to them and told them those stories. We're going to come to that. And Salman, yes, Dunya's ex-husband, very shortly, inshallah. And how he casually dismissed in his latest video, not even mentioning about the dua against his kids. Yes, their selves. I mean, these are children. These are innocent kids. No matter how much I can...
Again, Muhammad didn't care about the kids unless he could screw them. So he was even asked about it in the hadith, and he says, well, they're just with them. They're of them. They're of them. Yeah, he didn't give a crap about the kids. And let's be honest, you don't really.
Hate someone, and believe me, Apus and Rottenwood are people that I make the...
Man. I'm unemployed, Ali Dawa. Stop making me destroy my Qurans.
I might need to send you a new one after this live stream. But that was extremely easy. That was almost like it was pre-ripped. Oh. No, that's not. So, okay. We have a comment. Yep. Innocent kids, but perfectly acceptable to marry. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Old enough to bleed, old enough to breed, according to them.
Dua against, and I ask Allah to destroy them. Like, if they were destroyed in front of my eyes, I would have popcorn. I would never. Have you ever seen?
You would have popcorn while they are being destroyed in front of them. After all, he is definitely...
We're proud of that, yeah? Me ever say that I would like to see their children get killed. Which human being...
So just pause it for a second. Personally, I think saying that you want to eat popcorn while someone's being executed and you're watching the gory details is a lot more disgusting than wishing a kid curse on someone, even a kid, right? Because that's impersonal. That's like, I really hate them. I want bad things to happen to them. I'm not saying you should do that, but saying, I want to watch as they tear you limb from limb and blood gushes out of your body. And I'm going to enjoy it so much I'm going to eat popcorn. Now, to me, that is far sicker, actually.
It's far sicker. And again, that's... I mean, you're still wishing death upon them. No matter how you get around it.
Ever get and pick on innocent children unless you have psychological issues. Now let's break this down step by step of my occurrence and my wife's occurrence with this sister, where she messaged me, when I met her, what she said, and how I fell for her story. And this is how it transpired.
Dun, 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 dun. 5 minutes in and he finally gets to it. That's 5 minutes of setup.
Did I meet Bushra? Not Tuba, not Aisha, very oddly and vividly. Like, it's so odd the name Aisha she used. I wonder who asked her to use that name. Muhammad and Aisha. It rings a bell, doesn't it, guys? We're going to come to the info.
Please, if you're
going I think that she should have actually used Sada, personally.
Sada would have been better, yes. But if you're going to tell us about Muhammad Hijab's fantasies, I don't want to know about them, okay? Please, please. I know Ali Dawa knows them. I just wish he keeps it to himself. Thank you very much, Ali Dawa.
Information and who she's been working with behind the scenes to use that name Aisha out of all names she could use. She used Tuba, she used Sarah before, but for some odd reason, in this very instance, when she's becoming public, she used the name Aisha. But we will come to that later. At first, she messaged me on Instagram. And I get many messages on Instagram, and I prioritize those who are on the verge of suicide, they have a doubt, or whatever it is for that matter. I got this message. I saw this message. And my wife has access to my phone. She read it, etc. And she said to me, you know what? Stay out of it. Because I don't know what she saw. I'll be honest with you. I sometimes see and I'm just like, come on, I'll just say, look, can you just read this for me and see what it's about? My wife read it for me and she clearly told me, do you know what, Ali? Don't get involved, whatever it is, etc. And there are sometimes sisters out there who...
Wait, his wife can read? She has been educated. Ali Dawa, you're not doing very good. We also know she can write, at least allegedly.
Just come to me just for attention or whatever it's for that matter. And I'm not saying she did that or she didn't. I'm just saying my wife clearly told me, Ali, just stay away from this. I said, no problem, I'm not really bothered. But later on, she was persistent. And when she persisted, I said, you know what? Let's have a look. She's a sister in Islam. She has a concern. She seems like she's very adamant. Something may have happened. I consulted with my wife and I said, you know what? Let's just see what the situation is. So my first occurrence with her after that was when she came with Mohammed Tarawna. Yes, and came to me and I sat down with her and I heard a story. Mohammed Tarawna came and said to me, this is what she's gone through. Hear a story. I said, no problem. I mean, if it's coming from yourself, I mean, okay, there must be something.
So the setup is him and his wife and Aisha and Mohammed over there doing this interview.
You know, serious for that matter, from what I vividly remember. Or it might be that I had that meeting first with Mohammed Tarawna and then the messages came one way or another. Anyways, so I sat down with her. I can remember in the little room in No Star Studios and I heard a story. She told me this person and I said, look, number one, first thing first, I don't want to know who it is. Do not tell me who it is. Because it can be, like this is an accusation, by the way, it can be someone that I know and I don't want to be biased. I want to be just my...
So in other words, if I know who it is, then I definitely will be biased in this case. And definitely would not change his opinion right after hearing who this is.
Loyalty is to Allah and His Messenger. I have no loyalty. I'll be honest, I'll be making very clear, categorically clear. Not Muhammad Hijab, not Zishan, not my dad, not my mom, not my daughter, not my sister. I don't have a sister. I have no loyalty.
Not his wife. Small bits.
It's clear to nobody except Allah and His Messenger. Okay, anything to do with that, no problem. So I said, listen to me, sister. I don't want to know the person's name. You're claiming this happened. Please tell me your story. And the story was similar from vividly what I can remember about marrying somebody, misyar marriage, he treated me like this, girlfriend, boyfriend marriage, hotel marriage, all of that stuff. I said, okay. Right. I mean, when you hear that from a sister, and this is another thing as men we fall into, sometimes we can be very naive. We believe it. And I'm not going to mention the sheikh that I'm going to be talking about, but he does marriage counseling. He says one of the mistakes that we would do is when a sister comes in and she starts crying, we automatically think the husband is wrong. And this is wrong. Ali Radiallahu said, in order for you to understand justice, you have to hear both sides. And this is where I failed.
So he failed by not asking who it was so he could go look this person up and confront him?
Yeah, I
guess.
Well, so, he failed because he didn't hear both sides of the story. And that's all fair and well. But if someone's coming to you and they want advice on how to deal with their situation, she's not asking you to make a legal ruling, right? You're not the judge here. She's asking you for advice. You don't have to talk to both parties to give advice in a situation.
Nope. You can say based upon what you said, if that is true, then X, Y, Z. Not that hard. And yes, when a person comes to you and you're hearing their story, if you have compassion for them, sure. Take their side, hear what they have to say, and test it. But you're not you don't have to get extremely involved. You can just say, here's my advice. Just stay away from the person, move on with your life. Or if you want to, you can pursue whatever legal procedures you need to do or whatever, and then close the door and walk away. Not complicated. Not complicated at all.
As a human being, I failed because when I heard a story and she's told me this, I sympathized. I was upset. I was angry. I was like, which human being would do these things to this sister? I was upset. So was Mohammed Taraweh. Same. He was, when I was with him, he was upset. Yeah?
You want to pause?
Moving forward.
So Ali Dawa confirms he's actually a human being, because that's what any human being would do. Right? Any human being would be upset about this situation. Of course, he later found out that it was hijab, and hijab denied it, and now he's, well, actually, I'm guessing Ali Dawa knows the truth, and hijab did not deny it to him. He said, you need to help me out, buddy. We need to cover this up. But regardless, right, he's claiming that hijab denied it, and so obviously it's Muhammad hijab. He's going to believe his good buddy as opposed to her. But no, I mean, you should be upset about what happened to her, right? And you made the correct judgment, and now you're taking it back because, oh, it hurts my buddy.
It hurts my buddy. Now that I know who it is, I am now going to try to destroy this woman as much as I can in order to hide my brother's sins, which again is a bit of an issue. But again, that's very Islamic. After all, you're supposed to hide each other's sins and not make a big deal about them, or confess them to each other, or talk about them.
A sin concealed is a sin forgiven in Islam.
Yep, and if they keep sinning and you keep covering for them, there you go, free goodie points.
Then afterwards, there was a communication through Instagram, if I'm not mistaken. After that, she asked to come and meet me in my Dawa table. I said, no problem, sister, but I got my wife. Alhamdulillah, actually, she said, can I come? I said, yeah, you can come. I said, if you're free, you're not doing nothing, leave the kids at your mom. She came with me. Actually, no, she came with the kids, if I'm not mistaken. She came, and this sister Bushra said that she'll be more comfortable. I said, alhamdulillah, to me it's better. It's a public place anyway. It's not that we're meeting anywhere private. No problem. My wife came. We went to Cafe Concerto. We sat down. And we spoke. One thing my wife noticed was this. She said this to me actually herself. She said she didn't even acknowledge my wife's presence there. Like for someone, and I'm not saying anything. She's like, she seemed very, like, to me,
if you're not
saying
like anything, then why are you saying something? He said, I'm not saying this means anything, but I'm going to tell you all about it anyway.
He does that a lot. It's like, this doesn't mean anything, or I'm not going to say much on this, or I'm not going to say anything on this as he says something about it. Okay, hold on.
He does seem quite obsessed with telling us that his wife was present, though. She never contributes to this conversation in any way, but he keeps mentioning his wife. It's almost like he's afraid that someone will accuse him of committing zina just because he was alone with a woman, potentially. Maybe a little bit of a guilty conscience. I don't know.
Now that your observation there does bring up a good point, because again, this is a woman. So wouldn't a woman naturally talk to another woman, not to the guy there? Or at least if I was standing there and a woman was coming up to talk to me and my wife's standing there, my wife would be very involved in the conversation, if not end up taking it over, because I would defer to her in this. Definitely if it's an emotional conversation, because I'm a dude. Last I checked. So I wouldn't get where she would be coming from. My wife would. So therefore, my wife would be doing the counseling end of it. And I don't... Does Ali Dawa's wife normally show up at the Dawa tables? Seems like a very
I don't know for a fact, but he did say that in that other clip. He said that no one's ever met my wife, and I've never met any of their wives.
I know.
So that doesn't seem like it'd be normal for her to show up there.
Yeah, and even if she did once, again, this whole thing was supposed to happen before that video that we showed earlier happened. So if his wife shows up at the Dawa table, then yes, his friends would have met his wife.
Like, I could just see from her eyes, she wanted nothing but blood. And my wife even said, like, it's as if, like, her body positioning is as if my wife didn't even exist. And I even met her daughter, beautiful young girl. She was playing with the...
I do need to mention again, someone needs to check on that daughter. I'm not kidding.
She's over the age of 9, I believe. Is there the timeline that I worked out suggests she's probably a young teenager. So prime target for Muslim groomers.
Well, except for Daniel Hikikuchu, because that's too old for him.
Yeah.
But everyone else, it's fair game.
Mm-hmm.
Kids, etc. We bought some ice cream, etc. They were sitting there. That was my second occurrence with her. I spoke to her. And the third occurrence was when I heard her story, when she told me, she was lied into getting a secret marriage. She didn't want this, and all these kind of stories. And I thought to myself.
So he met her, he knew of her 3 different times. Met her twice, had a little bit of conversation with her outside of that. And then the next time he knew of her, she was spilling the beans. Keep that timeline in mind because it will probably change in the future.
Myself, subhanAllah, whoever this person is in the Dawa scene, I don't care. I said, I want the public to hear your voice. Now, I could have come and say, hold on a second, it's in the Dawa scene. It might be someone that I know. Let me be biased, because, if we're biased, I would say, you know what? Sorry, sister, your story is live. Don't contact me. Don't message me. Go away. Get it. No, I took her voice and I said, let her have a voice and express herself. Only one condition. Because it's an accusation, no names are going to be mentioned because it's an accusation. I don't know who it's about, etc. But you want to voice your opinion. No problem. So, however, later on, I did find out who it was, but I still went ahead with the interview because I said, look, it's an accusation and it's my duty now to find out the other side because the name has been mentioned now, which I did not want it to be mentioned. I let her have her voice. Now, she said that she did not want to get into it.
He sure seems to be quite
from the website.
Quite enthusiastic about making sure that we know that he knows it wasn't Muhammad Hijab. Almost like Muhammad Hijab has been giving him a lot of crap behind the scenes about this.
Yep,
Just
almost
saying.
like, oh, well, you're not mentioning anything. You're not talking about it yet. You got to talk about it. You got to talk about it. And finally comes out and takes it. And he's like, okay, I was being impartial. I was being fair. I was being absolutely fair until I heard it was Muhammad Hijab. Then I changed my mind completely. And he doesn't mention again in this video about being fair or impartial after he's like throwing his weight behind Muhammad Hijab.
And he does say that the interview, right? So here he's just like talking to her. She just comes up and says a few things. But when he does the formal interview where he asks her questions, he does know that it's hijab at that point. And in other words, he had every opportunity to tell hijab that, hey, she's coming in. We can manipulate her into saying whatever we want her to say. Maybe we can get her to say like she'll curse your children, or they came up with this plan of how to trick her into saying things. Just saying, it's a possibility. I'm not saying it, but I am saying it.
That's so fun because that seems to be what he does a lot. It's like, oh, I'm not saying anything, but it definitely seems like this is how it is. It's like, okay, dude, do you know what it means to
stand
say
behind
something?
your own words? Stand behind your words, coward.
Right? Clearly. So the question is asked, did I agree to a secret marriage? She starts off with never. Now listen very carefully.
I don't understand the website.
If you could go back and put that text up.
Out. Absolutely.
So this is from the Behind Veils website. He says, did you agree to a secret marriage? Never. Right? And he says, I want you to focus on secret and never. Secret and never. Because I think I can dispute those terms. But if you bother to read the whole response there, she explains exactly what she means by never agreed to a secret marriage. The only thing that he asked me was to keep the nikah, before the nikah was keep it from his other family and not tell them about the marriage, because his previous second wife did that. His previous fake second wife did that. And it caused him serious problems, even risking the loss of his kids. But I never agreed to secrecy. Well, she technically is agreeing to secrecy, but what she means is that she's not agreeing to complete secrecy from everyone, just secrecy from his family members. That she can tell her family, she can tell her friends, she can say various things. She just can't talk to Hijab's family. That's what she means.
So what she's saying here, though, there are some key elements here that she is saying that, hey, he's had a wife before, secret wife before. She talked to the rest of his family, which caused issues with his first wife, and even had issues with him risk of losing the loss of his kids. Now, referring back to this,
that a stupid man will take. That when for example, his wife is already threatening him, blackmailing him, and do this kind of things. He knows that the state has got his back, her backing. In those situations where you can see her claws and her malice, for her to call you a coward and stuff like that, I would say to the brothers that want to do polygamy and not let the first wife, do never fall for that bait ever.
He's talking from experience. Because
that's him describing his real wife, right?
Yeah. Now, again, Muhammad Ali Dawa mentioned just prior about how common it is for women to get upset about second wives and even threaten about, being able to have kids around. And if you do, threaten to take the kids away. It sounds like he was aware of this the last, because I don't know if it's first, the last secret wife that Muhammad Hijab had, and is hinting to it in this interview as well. So, yeah, guys, this is something that they knew about beforehand, that they were planning beforehand. I don't know why they picked this topic. This is Ali Dawa's video. This is what he picked. It was stupid. But now we can just point to it. Pretty easy.
It's very interesting. It gives new light to what he's saying there. He's talking about his wife, right? She's got her claws in my back. I mean, the theoretical person, right? She's got her claws in my back, and she's blackmailing me and saying that she'll take my kids away. I mean, theoretically, someone might be saying this, right? It seems that he's very much talking about himself. And so what you do, you keep it secret the second time you try this.
And it's very bitter because think about someone explaining about someone having claws in your back and doing this. It's like, okay, that's descriptive. Now we know what he was actually referring to is what Ali Dawa is here highlighting, actually, is what Aisha was talking about his last secret wife that he had that went and talked to the rest of his family and caused issues, even risking the loss of his kids, which is exactly what both Ali Dawa in that long interview was talking about, and what Muhammad Hijab was talking about is the chief concern why you would keep a second wife secret.
I agree to a secret marriage. She starts off with never. Now listen very carefully. 2 words I want you to pick up on. Never and secrecy. Never and secrecy. This is very bold for some.
Why? The other secret wife is more interesting. That's a lot more interesting than never and secret.
Someone coming and saying never and secrecy. Now let's read some messages, which when I saw, and when in this very studio, because when these accusations were unfolding, and then I happened to know the name she mentioned, I didn't ask for the name. I told her clearly, I don't want to know the name. When she mentioned me the name, I still went ahead and done the interview. The most blameworthy thing that people come.
Wait, Mr. Liar. Earlier, you said that you found out from someone else what the name was. Now you're saying that she told you the name, either accidentally or on purpose, on this new interview. So which is it? And you just said it happened at the studio, but you said you found out before that interview. Can't even keep your story straight for 51 minutes and 29 seconds, huh? Interesting.
Nope. On top of that, he knew beforehand. He knew before she even contacted him that Muhammad Hijab was doing this stuff. And whenever she probably contacted him, he probably connected the dots pretty quick.
Actually, what you done was a violation towards your friend Hijab. And also, actually, you're right. Because if you think about it, my bias was actually towards her when I didn't know who it was. And when I knew who it was, I said, look, in order for me to be just, which actually I was unjust, if you think about it, I was thinking I was just, by hearing the story, this whole interview that we took, and then I came to this very house, and then I played this thing. I said, somebody approached me. Yes. And this was my indirect way of getting Hijab to see if there's he can come up. If this is someone that he even knows. I wanted to see, does he even know her? We played the full interview. And Hijab said to me, bro, I know this.
he admits that Mohammed Hijab told him that he knew who this was. Wait, when the story broke, I thought Mohammed Hijab was saying that he never knew who this was. He didn't know who this was at all.
That was his first excuse. And they said, never mind, that's a crazy stalker.
That's a crazy stalker. Let's see if that's his explanation then, to be consistent.
This voice, I know this woman. And I said, okay, who? And she said, come and let me show you. This is the messages that he showed me that made me change my mind. It made me embarrassed. It made me realize the mistake that I did. Because to me, of not wanting to be unjust, I ended up being just. I ended up being unjust towards hijab. So if you think about it, if I have any loyalty, I would have done the opposite, right? Would I not come and say to her, look, you're a liar? No. I actually had to apologize to hijab and say, bro, I'm sorry. It's just I didn't want to be biased, and I took the interview, whatever. This is what...
Again, you protest too much. And let's be honest again, if you were being impartial and you found out that this was your best buddy, the thing you wouldn't do is immediately call up your friend and say, what do we do about this? And start planning this out and say, oh, see, this entire time I was impartial. I was never biased until I learned it was Mohammed Hijab.
And they said, and then Hijab sent me these texts or showed me these texts, and that changed everything. So he's suggesting that he saw this a long time ago. All right, just keep that in mind.
He said.
Oh, and at this point, he still has the interview because he still played it for Mohammed Hijab at this point, according to this story.
I want you guys to listen carefully, please, yeah? Could I ask you today, please?
Can you pause it for a second before he reads this? Does anyone recognize this text that supposedly Ali Dawa saw years ago?
Yep, absolutely. These are ones that are made public. In fact, we reviewed these on your channel not too long ago. Right, where we broke down.
So you're saying that these are the same screenshots that are in the video that came from some mystery person, totally not Mohammed Hijab, right?
Yes, not Mohammed Hijab. Definitely gave these to him about Mohammed Hijab. Remember, they came from not Mohammed Hijab.
Right. So he saw these messages a long time ago, and yet his screenshots are exactly the same ones that are in that video.
Absolutely.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Already blocked too. The sender is already blocked. Again, okay, so note that this happened on the 19th of October. It's actually relevant, believe it or not, in just a second too.
So Hijab is replying saying, I know a 28-year-old brother, Tunisian, not married, no kids. I've known him for 20 years. Would you consider him for marriage?
I thought she was a stalker.
I thought so too, but it doesn't seem like he's setting her up as a stalker. It seems like it's more of, at least these text messages, again, because we went through them, definitely paint a very different picture of who the nutso is.
You can see. She says, thanks for thinking I could be suitable for someone you've known for 20 years. I would consider, I can't see the text here, that has high religious level.
That's so funny. He actually wasn't prepared for that. I didn't quite catch that the first time, but there's actually a change in his tone. Like, he actually didn't realize that was going to happen, that he wouldn't be able to see that word in the text.
And it's not that
he's reading it. I thought he had copies of these text messages. He could just move it down a little bit to see what's underneath the arrow.
Let's see here.
Hey, Mohammed Hijab, boss, you told me to read this, but I can't read one of the words. Just keep reading, boy. Keep reading, boy.
Keep reading. Now we're on Tuesday, the 26th of October. So that was 19th to 26th for his next set here.
About those texts, I got emotional.
Oh, and before you hit play, this is exactly the same points where the video that Mohammed Hijab, or not Mohammed Hijab, put out. Pause. And all he does says this is the next text message. But I know that's not true because I went for frame by frame and there was a whole page of text messages in between these.
Oh, yeah.
But it's the next text message. It's literally
It's
the next text message. Sorry about
Talking
those
about-
texts. I got emotional. What was emotional about saying that I'm interested in a religious man and asking if that guy he was trying to hook her up with was a religious man or not? Nothing's emotional about that at all.
Well,
It's almost like she's saying that about something else that wasn't included in the conversation. Huh.
Absolutely. But she didn't even say that in the last one. She just said, thank you for thinking that you consider me worthy of someone you've known for 20 years. That's what she's saying. Thank you for. And then this is the next one about her being emotional. Well, that's weird.
And then Hijab replies, listen, I honestly think what you deserve and what is most likely to ensure that you don't go through heartbreak or repression is a normal monogamous relationship. I must give you this advice. Otherwise, I would be cheating you. Third message. Now listen carefully, this is very key, because remember she said never for secret marriage and secrecy. I can go for...
What's the date?
Thursday, October 21st.
Wait, October 21st. But the second one came in on October 26th. And the first
You're
one
saying
on the 19th.
that this doesn't actually come next in the sequence?
No. That it's completely fabricated, and he is lying about the poorly lying, because anyone can... I mean, seriously, guys, the date is right there.
And who is this message, right? So this is actually one of the part of the messages that are between those two that he showed. Who is she talking about in this case? Is she talking about Muhammad Hijab? Or is she talking about the guy, the Tunisian that Muhammad Hijab said she might be interested in?
Well, let's see. Because that would definitely be, but the Tunisian guy, the first guy that he offered on the 19th of October, was never married.
A religious man, inshallah, and give up on equality. Did you hear that? Okay, now I just don't want to be cut off in case she finds out with no mistake of mine. And then I would still go for a religious man, even he has to cut me off if she finds out with no mistakes of mine. Now,
that's not the same guy as on the 19th, dude.
That's also not
who
Hijab,
already
right?
has a wife. Yeah, it's not Hijab. It's someone else that already has a wife who's concerned about this, who is very religious. I'm not saying that Ali Dawa might be involved with this a bit bigger than we thought, but I'm saying he does have a wife.
Well, you know, according to Muhammad Hijab, 85% of the British da'is have done polygamy, and every name you can think of, and I'm pretty sure Ali Dawa is a name you can think of, has done it. So there's that.
Yeah, and again, I refer you back to the other video where he had all the women there. Ali Dawa was very clear about it being natural that he was polygamous. Oh, I mean, men in general are polygamous. Not him, just men in general. I'm not saying anything.
There's an issue that I have. Let's suppose this marriage actually happened. Let's go with the argument's sake. Even though clearly Hijab is denying it. This marriage didn't happen. Okay, let's go with it. The text here says, I just don't want to be cut off. So she's
what
first
are we
expressing,
going with, Ali Dawa?
I don't want to be
I don't
cut off
understand.
if your wife
I don't
finds out.
understand. If this isn't about Hijab, and Hijab's denying this is about him, then what relevance does this have to what she promised with Muhammad Hijab? Which did she mean that I've never used the word secret in my entire life, or did she mean in context of the marriage to Muhammad Hijab that it wasn't mutually agreed to be secret?
So is he trying to? This is it, because we've already shown that he's setting up something, because he's being manipulated, being deceptive on the dates. He's giving a story out of chronological order, taking texts out of context in order to make them fit the narrative that she's a crazy woman who's obsessed with Muhammad Hijab, who just worships him like a god, and agreed to the secret marriage that definitely never happened. The secret marriage that never happened, but here she is trying to agree to the marriage, but we know through the text that that definitely doesn't apply to Muhammad hijab if you take it in chronological order. Let's see where it goes.
Which it tells you clearly that she is agreeing to a secret marriage.
Why are you
it's a secret marriage.
stuttering?
Number 2.
She's not agreeing to a secret marriage. She's saying that she would consider this if this was the situation, but she's not talking about Muhammad hijab. I'm actually wondering if she's talking about you. I'm not saying that.
Why are you stuttering?
And then this is why I found it a little bit odd. In the same message, she twists and says, and then I would still go for a religious. So, okay, one second. First, you're saying, I don't want A to happen. But if A was to happen, I will still go ahead with it. Says, and I will still go for a religious man, even if he has to cut me off if she finds out with no mistake of mine. I don't know if you guys find this troubling, but number one, the first point is this. The
I
evidence
certainly find your lying troubling.
That I definitely do. The fact that you took these texts so far out of context and forgot to erase the time date stamp. It's actually, it wouldn't have been that hard, but you see, this is the problem with someone who is a habitual liar. They forget the details. They are so used to just being able to lie willy-nilly that they forget the minutia. And once someone actually looks at it close enough, they realize, oh, shoot, you're really bad at this lying thing, aren't you? But, he is a follower of the greatest of all deceivers, so there's that.
First, you're saying never to secrecy. Then you are saying that, which is actually very weird, because Sister Bushra, because I've met you face to face, Sister Bushra, you here are saying this, and guess who else is actually not only just calling you out and showing the evidence not matching here? Apus, the very vile Satan.
Again?
Why? I mean, why?
That
You
was
think
not
they'd want to
necessary.
use
You weren't
his
even
name?
he was actually agreeing with you, Ali Dawa, and you still go to that. Actually, I didn't have dinner yet, so this actually tastes pretty good.
The kuffar enjoy the taste of the Quran.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
You chew it like gum.
That you said you go to the worst of the worst, you went to him. He's even actually having a go at you. This is an enemy of Islam who you went to. He's even saying and blaming
She
you.
never went
blaming
to the
you and
apostate
saying
prophet.
you are.
Nope. Went to David, not the apostate prophet.
As much to blame if this marriage happened, that you went there and said, oh, it's a secrecy. He's actually saying to you, what you did was not even honorable. This is an enemy of Islam, the most vile of the man who rips.
So he's saying that he said that what you did is not honorable. Let's see if AP actually says that.
The Quran is based on the Quran telling you that you went to him, by the way, him and David Wood, which we're going to come to a bit later, with all the evidences how you've been working with the enemies of Islam, not only about the story, but trying to aid them with evidences used against Islam, which is kufr. I'm not doing takfir of you. I'm saying it's kufr.
I'm not doing tasfir of you, but I'm doing tasfir of you.
Yeah. Kufr is unbelief.
Because if you're doing
it
that,
takes you out of Islam. But he's not doing that. He's not saying that you left the fold of Islam. Sure.
you're just accusing you of making trouble within the land. And we all know what Ali Dawa thinks of someone who makes trouble in the land. That is to be executed.
Mm-hmm.
And he is, again, proud of that.
So, your evidences does not match. When I saw these messages, I was so angry at myself because what you told me and what came out to be, which is these evidences, was what I'm not going to say. There's two options here. Either you are an outright liar, or number two, you have psychological issues. I cannot put anything in there. If I want to assume the best in you, I'll say you have psychological issues, or there was something happened, whatever it is. I just don't know how you can come and to me and Mohammed Tarawne and tell us this story, and then after that, we find the truth of stuff that you haven't said to these accusations and these as an accusation that you married him and the hotel marriages, and all of this case with no single evidence. We took your word. We believed in you as our sister.
Has she come with no single thread of evidence? Because I've seen a lot more text messages than what he's shown, and it's very clear that Muhammad Hijab's a bit nuts. Just putting that out there. He's a bit on the crazy train. He's been drinking a little too much Alapy.
Yeah, and did they believe her? Did they help her? Or did they tell her to get lost after they had the interview that Hijab probably encouraged him to do so that they could use it as evidence against her later on?
Well, even the interview itself, now he would have a very strong case. This is what, if he would have released that interview beforehand. If you would have said, this is something happened, this is this, and then it comes out, oh, it's Muhammad Hijab who's doing this, and then come on later on and say, you know what, I believed her, I threw my weight behind her. You can see this in this video that I already released before she came forward. And now these are the evidence that made me reconsider. Now I'm rethinking it and is wrong. That would have been powerful. That would have been authentic. My standard may be too high.
Mistakes. People can make mistakes. They could have believed someone, actually believed them, you know, gone forward with trying to help them, and then realized they'd been deceived. But he shows no effort, no indication of actually wanting to help her. All he shows is that he agreed to do an interview and then refused to release it. That doesn't sound like he was trying to help her to me. Well, claims
he
that
did an interview.
Yeah.
There's a lot of claims made here. There is no evidence from him other than text messages, which we've already seen. Everything else is blatant claims without any actual evidence to it.
Which they keep telling us that we can't take her claims, even though she has text messages to back them up. But we're supposed to just believe their claims, I think.
Yeah, so far, you've only shown me what I've already seen without any new evidence. And I'm supposed to take you at your word, which I've already shown you as a liar already, even before this began. The very fact you're making this video and claiming these things shows that you did lie. That somehow that your wife that no one ever met is at the Dawa table in public with your Dawa group. I call it malarkey. Someone is lying here, and it's either you or you.
We didn't come and say, get lost, you attention seeker. I sat down with you. I'm a busy man. I've got a family. I've got 3 daughters. I've got kids. I have daughters. Yes, I took your word seriously. I sat down with you. I gave you my time. Even though my wife said, look, don't get involved. Stay away. Even then, I said, no, look, she's our sister. I came and I done an interview. I listened to your story. My wife listened to you. We was there with your daughter, subhanAllah, a beautiful young girl, subhanAllah. And
again, someone check on her.
Why does he feel the need to say that every time? Her daughter is hot. I just got to say that.
Yeah, her young daughter. Guys, I gotta say, man, keep an eye on that, because that might come out to be something, unfortunately, as much as I wish that was not a thing. And thank you, Gabe, for the 8 member for 8 months. Congratulations. Why don't I believe him? Well, you see, again, it would help if okay, I'm going to actually try. I'm taking off my Your Brother in Christ hat. I'm doing a David S. I'm going to take off my Brother in Christ hat and be normal and try to actually help him. If you want to help with the validity of your claims, bring evidence or have this interview already set. Because if you had this interview still, then it would have been very powerful to bring it up saying, hey, this is, I believed her. You can hear in this video that I believed her. And then I found out later I was wrong. Powerful stuff. But to come to me after I know you've lied repeatedly and you're going to lie again at the end of this big, huge lie to all Christians at the end of this video, I don't trust you. You have no credibility.
Many other things that you didn't even tell the public, which we are going to talk about very soon, inshallah. So, after that, I apologized to Hijab. And I said, forgive me, because not wanting to be biased and not wanting to be unjust, to have justice, I was unjust to you, Aki. So this is an uqsum billah, if Allah is my witness, this all happened in this very house.
Forgive me. I tried to be unjust. Please forgive me for trying to be, unbiased. Please forgive me for trying to be unbiased. I know where my loyalty lies. I know who made me. I acknowledge who you are.
He's doing.
Master, please don't hurt me.
That's what he's doing. He's apologizing for being unbiased, for not caring. In this story that he's, question of being fabricated, claiming he is trying to paint himself as being this unbiased person at the very beginning. Guess what? Again, if you tell me over and over again, I was being unbiased, makes me think you weren't being biased. You weren't being unbiased. You were being very biased. And you knew exactly where this is going.
Will you feed me for some more grapes, Master?
So that is the reason why I did not release the video. This is the reason why I actually even deleted it. And subhanAllah, I even tried to retrieve it. We couldn't. And I'll show you the messages here, yeah?
SubhanAllah, no, Aki, bro, that is gone, Aki, long time.
Why does he sound so much deeper in the voice note?
April 8th. Now, I'm assuming that is this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is 8 days ago. And apparently he has Muhammad in his phone as Muhammad Jabby. He calls him Jabby instead of hijab. Like the top looks like it says Muhammad Jabby. It says Muhammad Jab. And then here it says Jabby. There's no way you could potentially have the interview.
Nope. Even if it's audio, nope.
So I think what happened here, and I think Ali Dawa is actually telling the truth that he no longer has the interview. I think what happened is a week or two ago, Muhammad Hijab panicked and said, delete that recording, get rid of it, wipe it from the face of the earth. I don't want it to accidentally get out. And he said, yes, master, I'll delete it. And then 8 days ago, Muhammad Hijab's like, hey, can you get that interview back? We could probably use that as damning evidence against her.
See, and an honest person would just say, you know what? We have this interview. We'll go ahead and put it up. Doesn't point me in the right light, but afterwards, come on, do an afterwards, say, hey, this is what the deal was. And give an update on it. Would have been huge. Mm-hmm. Would have been very, again, like I said, very powerful. But after all, this is the unitedness of the Ummah, or lack thereof, because this year they can't seem to stop throwing rocks at each other.
That's gone a long time, bro. SubhanAllah. Yeah, that's gone a long time, I think. Long time. What I might do, let me see if I can try and get it recovered, but I doubt it, bro. It's been so long. I doubt I can get it back.
We couldn't. So this is...
I want to know why he sounds so different on that voice note.
Sounds like he's half awake.
I think that maybe he's talking really quiet and, it's amplified to the point where you can hear it, but maybe he's talking really quiet because he doesn't want his wife to hear because there seems to be kids in the background. So maybe that's why. But he sounds like so much more, his voice sounds so much nicer and more tolerable, like just to listen to in that clip than his usual screeching. So I was like, I'm confused. Is that actually him?
Now, for you that do not know computers, if I press a delete button on the computer of a file, it does not mean that file is deleted. It goes into a bin. If you delete that from the bin, be thorough, you know about it, delete from the bin. That still doesn't mean it's gone. You can still do some recovery of it, given long enough time, because it's still basically what it is. It's just the bit is flipped saying, hey, you can now overwrite this. This data is no longer useful to me. I want it gone. It can now be overwritten. Eventually, if you did a recovery program, it can flip those bits back, and there you go. You have your little thing in. If it's been long enough, and he's saying it's been a long time, it's long gone, whatever, so he deleted it a long time ago, think it's every 30 days, if memory serves. Those get flipped. Those get rewritten. Again, it cannot be reflipped over. So, just layman's terms.
Yeah, and it very well might actually be recoverable, and he's just not intelligent enough to know how to do that, or maybe it's not recoverable. But either way, I highly suspect HIJAB'S the one that told him to delete it in the first place, and also very recently, probably before this became public, but when he knew he was in trouble and things were about to become public, he's probably like, delete that, get rid of all the evidence as soon as possible, and then it breaks, it becomes public, and then suddenly he wants it back because he's like, well, maybe we can use it to our advantage, and well, it's gone. So, shame.
See, so, okay, all they do, I'm going to give you some advice. If I was in your position, the first thing I would do, if you really want to recover that, and again, I'm doing this because I actually want the truth. I like truth. I believe that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. So as long as you're pursuing truth, you're pursuing Christ, even if you don't realize it. So, take it to a computer repair store and ask them to recover it. If it has been less than 30 days, it should still be recoverable. But stop using it immediately. Because the more you use it, the more likely it is for those bits to be overwritten. But I don't think
And you know, just some more advice for Ali Dawa. If you copied it to your computer or moved it from an SD card to your computer, you could also try recovering it from the SD card. Because there'll have been two copies of it.
Whenever you copy and move, it deletes that copy there, and it's the same routine to recover it. So take it to some IT store, pay them whatever the, like 90, 50 bucks, and you should have a copy of it if it is still there and recoverable. Again, I'm trying to help you out here. I'm actually trying to be nice.
Phase 2. Now we're going to move on to phase 3 of her outright working with the enemies of Islam. And you are going to be shocked.
Wait.
And
before he goes to phase 3, that was phase 2, which apparently ended on April 8th. So
it seems like it gets a while before it gets to phase. They're collaborating with the enemies. That's us.
Well, yeah, like I said before we started, I think there's about 5 minutes of actual content from Ali Dawa here, because he seems to think he needs to say the same thing 10 times every time he says a point. So
actually, again, that's a 10. That's an indicator of someone who may not be telling the truth, because he might not be trying to convince you as much as he's trying to convince himself. Now, in the Old Testament, there is repeats in the Old Testament. That's because of Jewish tradition. If you could say it 3 times, 3 different ways, then it's true. That's not the same for Ali Dawa in England. In the West, someone that does that normally is trying to convince themselves that this is actually true, more than he's trying to convince you.
Said, which, because I didn't hear the thing of I saw him as God. But if you remember, Sister Bushra, if you remember, when we sat down with you and my wife, and I was talking to you, you said, I saw Muhammad hijab like he's Abu Bakr. Now, when I heard this, I was thinking, Abu Bakr, no disrespect to hijab. I was just like, excuse me, like Abu Bakr, well, I don't understand. Like, why would you hold some human being, like Abu Bakr's human as well, but someone to that level? I was shocked.
I mean, I can't imagine someone holding someone up and respecting them like human, like a human being, like up there like a human being above all of us.
How could you compare a mere human being to Abu Bakr? We're not even talking about Muhammad. How could you compare a human being to Abu Bakr?
Now, remind you guys, the history of Abu Bakr, definitely after the death of Muhammad, isn't really that good as far as the argument that Islam is a peaceful religion. Because immediately he started declaring jihad against everyone. Just saying, if you're respecting him that much, it's a warlord. He was a warlord like Muhammad before him. So just be aware of that, I guess. Ali Dawa.
Oh
likes
man,
warlords.
Ali Dawa. He's like he even puts his hands right. Abu Bakr. This is human beings. This is Abu Bakr. Well, where's Muhammad? Oh, he's like up on the moon in comparison. He's so far from being a human being. No shirt here at all. No shirt, guys.
Nope. Nope. Definitely do not worship humans at all in Islam.
Excuse me, like Abu Bakr, like well, I don't understand. Like, why would you hold some human being like Abu Bakr's human as well, but someone to that level?
Why would you hold a human being? Because it definitely sounds like you're separating him out as if this is someone saying that he's Allah. He's God Almighty.
Yeah, he has to quickly correct himself. But I'm not committing shirk. I'm not committing shirk. There's human beings, and then there's Abu Bakr, but he's also a human being.
I was shocked. This showed me that there was a deep level rooted obsession, because for you to message and give, because you're basically giving hints to hijab in that message. I'll be honest with you. You're basically saying, whoever this man is, if he takes me as a second wife, etc., I don't mind forgoing my rights. This is another level of misyar. So to my
No, it sounds like Mohammed Hijab was actually trying to convince her, and we're not seeing all the text messages from Mohammed Hijab. So,
yeah, I mean, he's talked for 19 minutes and 26 seconds. He read a grand total of 3 text messages.
That's his great proof so far.
Mm-hmm.
So we got, thank you, Gabe, for the super chat. I'm hoping I see you again this year. Mark dates. The conference in Ohio will be at the end of July, beginning of August. So, yep, 0 shirk tolerance here. No, not any. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Not
my
any.
dear sisters who are supporting Sister Bushra, etc. Look, I'm not saying whatever she went. I don't know what she went through. That hijab thing clearly it's nothing to do with them. But simple question, my dear sisters. Defending her, no problem. And actually, there was one.
If you don't know what she went through, how do you know hijab didn't have anything to do with it?
Another super chat. I should be able to make it. Fantastic. Well, I look forward to seeing you there.
Sister messaged me on Instagram like, yeah, your friend done this. I said, are you married? She goes, yeah. I said, what if she approached your husband and said, I don't mind being a secret, even if your wife finds out? She stopped messaging me. I said, I thought so. If she messaged your husband and said, I don't mind being a secret second wife, I don't mind that if your wife finds out that you can leave me. Look,
that's not what she said.
Mm-hmm.
You're adding words to her in order to hit your fancy here and get your story. No, she's saying that even if it was, again, it sounds like she's referring to someone else that he offered as well as a possible husband here, because he does offer multiple options. At least that seems to be what the text read. But again, you read the text out of order in order to make it sound like the last thing she said was, I wouldn't mind being a second secret wife. At least that's what you want her to have said.
Mm-hmm. And that was October 2021. And according to her story, the secret marriage took place in sometime in 2023. 2 years later, or at least a year and a half later. Doesn't seem to be related whatsoever, Mr. Ali Dawa. So why do you keep saying it over? Oh, right. Because you're trying to gaslight us and tell a story that you know to be blatantly false. And that's why you keep having to correct yourself. You couldn't even be bothered to write yourself a script. So you just ramble on for 51 minutes and you have to keep correcting yourself every time you accidentally give your real feelings about something. Very, very bizarre video that he's put out here, I must say.
Absolutely.
I'll be honest with you. Yes, okay. I've been in situations where people have been in polygamous marriages, and mainly sisters will say, look, if your wife finds out, are you going to leave me? I might do. Sorry, I don't want it. So to me, in that instance, brothers and sisters, it shows that you are obsessively you're pursuing him.
He couldn't even finish the thought.
She is not pursuing him. She's not.
He knows he's
proposed anything.
He got a thing. Make sure to say that she's obsessive. So he's like, this just shows that you're obsessively, and then he couldn't think of anything to fill in there because it doesn't remotely look obsessive, but he knew he was supposed to say that word. So then he's like, I don't know what to say here. I'm not going to bother turning the camera off, figuring it out, and then saying something. No, I'm just going to ramble incoherently. This is Dawa for you.
I just want to let you guys know, this was not live. Ali Dawa edited this and decided that this was good enough to release this way. Okay? I mean, seriously, I have had in the past to re-record sections of videos in order to, maybe it wasn't worded quite right. I bring it to my wife and she's like, oh, well, did you really mean it this way? I'm like, no, I meant it XYZ. And it's like, well, it's not very clear. You need to go re-speak or re-record it, make sure that you've got this down. Dude, you edited this. It's not like it was live. If it's live, everything is, I mean, if I say fim fam fu ba, it's live. It's there. You guys heard it. Too late. I can't edit it out. But it sounds like he's almost live doing this without thinking, I probably should have a little bit of a script going with this. Probably should work out my words and not just do everything off the cuff and then try to pass it off as a coherent story.
Make sure to say obsessively.
Pursuing you. That's point number one. And not only that, Mohammed Tarone, he's got an audio recording we're going to play for you.
Now about this case, Akhi, when Sister Bushra reached out to me and she told me about the marriage between her and Muhammad Hijab, I believed her. Later, Muhammad denied this marriage. Now, on my side, I tried to speak to Sister Bushra. I tried to advise her. Also, I tried to make her feel that she's heard and to calm her emotions down. But none of my efforts made any difference to her. And at the end of the day, Allah Azza wa Jal is the one who judges between all our affairs, and Allah Azza wa Jal is the one who is just and fair, Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. So I will leave this matter to Allah, Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. Also, my brother, I don't want to get involved in this matter any further. So please, my brother, don't contact me for this matter anymore. Jazakallah khair.
Do you think I'm going to coerce?
So I don't want to talk about this anymore. Well, okay. So that was one of the many people. Again, her story is, hey, I went to these whole bunch of these Muslim guys trying to get some justice, trying to get people to pay attention to what happened to me. Well, none of them listened to me, so I had to go to the Christians. Still calling the Christians who she went to, you know, the worst, Satan himself in human form, basically. The worst of the worst. You guys are the ones who drove her to that. Because you probably gave her the same advice, just get over it, basically. That Mohammed Hijab did nothing wrong, as you stated in that sort of the faux debate that you had set up beforehand.
And this clip here, right, this is supposed to be some kind of grand evidence. What does he say? She came to me, I heard her story, I tried to be compassionate with her, and then Mohammed Hijab said to leave it alone, so I'm leaving it alone. He doesn't deny anything, really. Right? He doesn't say that she's psycho. He doesn't say she was wrong. He just says, I was trying to help her out. Mohammed Hijab came to me, and now I don't want to be involved anymore. Forget it. Don't contact me. I don't want to take any sides in this matter. And they're showing this as their grand proof that she was lying to Sheikh Tarani. It doesn't seem that he even is willing to go that far. All he's willing to do is say, I don't want to take a position on the issue. He's not even saying she's lying, and yet this is their best proof. This is the best thing they could come up with. In all of their conversations, all of their friends that they approached to try to say something about this is the best they could do.
This is the same best arguments they could give for the Quran too. So let's be honest, their ability to present evidence is not very high.
Do you think I'm scared of Mohammed Hijab or Zishan or anyone? Do you think someone
Yes.
is gonna
the fact that we said that was not planned. That was live and not planned. But yes, you are. Very obviously so.
And to be honest, my psychology actually, if somebody threatens me, if someone says sweet words to me, I might work with it, yeah. But if someone threatens me, I work the opposite way, yeah. Okay, so listen to me. I don't care. Like I said before as well. I'm telling you exactly what transpired. Okay, so before Salman comes and says, hijab's got.
He's telling us exactly what transpired. Muhammad Hijab came to him and said, "Hey, sweet Ali Dawa baby, will you help me out? I really need your help. You're so smart. You're such a good Dawa boy. This is what I need you to do." That's how things went down, right? He said that if someone comes to me and says sweet words, I'll do what they want. But if they come to me and they try to intimidate me, then I run away. That's what he said. And they said, this is exactly how it went down. But the only person that he's supposedly talking about, he forgot the context of what he was saying, I guess, is Muhammad Hijab. So what he's saying is, Muhammad Hijab came to me and gave me sweet words. He didn't threaten me. And I believe that. I believe that that Muhammad Hijab is smart enough to know how to manipulate Ali Dawa. So I believe that probably actually happened.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Please, Ali, Daddy, I need your help. Please, pretty please. Give him some grapes. He'll do whatever you want. Give him some grapes. He'll roll over.
Gun, you can't see it behind here is telling me what to do, yeah? Okay, Mohammed Tarawne and myself both fell for this, and Dunya's ex, I'm going to call you Dunya's ex, okay? You are so obsessed with your ex, you've made your whole Dunya, and I'm going to come to you very later, because we are going to be exploring many episodes to come
about. What is it with these clowns and refusing to use people's names? We talk about Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab and the rest of the clowns all the time. And the vast majority of the time we use their names. But they always have to say a rotten wood or a puss or Dunya's ex-husband. They can't use anyone's name. It's so weird.
It's because, unlike them, we actually have respect for them in so being that they are created in the image of God. So we inherently need to respect that part of it. We don't have to respect anything beyond that part, because let's be honest, they have shown that they're not respectable in any way, shape, or form, where they want to dehumanize those they're talking about. You know, if you got a nasty name, they're beneath you. They're these individuals using slang, dirty terms. They're worthless. Again, Quran 98:6. They're the worst of all creatures. And he's definitely showing that in this video, what he actually thinks of Christians. And he says it at the end, and he screws himself over with it.
A Jew, and how she claims that you committed zina, my friend. Yes, and I'm not saying you did. I'm just putting it out there. We'll come to it later.
He's not saying it. He's just putting it out there.
What is the punishment for that, by the way? What is this punishment for sex outside of marriage in Islam?
That would be execution, but only if you have four male witnesses who all saw the penis enter into the vagina. That is what the scholars have decided. Or a person makes the accusation, because then they're admitting it for themselves.
And she has admitted it for herself, according to Ali Dawa. And again, he's not saying it, but he is saying it, and he's accusing her of this. And again, this is her name.
I want to be clear. I don't know if Dunya actually made this accusation, to be honest. It's not clear whether she actually made that accusation or Ali Dawa just made it up entirely. The comment posted on the Behind Veils channel seems to suggest that Ali Dawa just made it up, that that's not even an accusation that she has leveled against him.
Well, then in that case, then he just declared that Muhammad Hijab did it. Which, oops. That's a screw up.
Supposed to come about Dunya's accusations about you, and how she claims that you committed zina, my friend. Yes, and I'm not saying you did. I'm just putting it out there. We'll come to it later.
You're so totally saying she did, because you're saying it.
I'm not saying Ali Dawa is a highly deficient midget, mentally speaking. I'm not saying that Ali Dawa is just Muhammad Hijab's boy toy that he drags around on a leash and demands he do whatever he says. I'm just putting it out there. Just putting it out there, guys.
Yep, not saying anything. No.
When Sister Bushra came to me, I heard her story. I heard her out. We listened to her.
You said that.
With my family, my children, because we took her seriously, and she is our sister in Islam.
What the hell?
Wait. Your children? Your children. You had your children in the room when she gave you this entire story.
I hope that's not true.
That is not good parenting.
I invited this lady to come give her testimony about sexual abuse and all the sexual abuse that she took. And I invited my wife and children to sit in the room and listen.
Yep, your children. His children were there in the room with his wife, his young children.
I don't have any small children. I don't have any small children at the moment. But if I did, I would tell them to not listen to me while I was doing these streams, right?
I do have small children, and they don't. They don't at all. Because a lot of the topics we cover here are not child-friendly in many situations. Not for young children in any way, shape, or form. And this story is not child abuse, I might just say. Well, no, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that Ali Dawa definitely admitted to abusing his children there by having them there while this woman explained this sexual relationship and the sexual abuse that she went through. I'm not saying that he definitely abused his children there. Not saying.
You're just putting it out there.
Just putting it out there.
This matter has become personal to me. Not because hijab is my friend or my brother, but rather the messages that I'm about to show you now will leave you jaw dropped. Because this matter has become about Islam. Because what you read,
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Well, I got to put this out here. I'm not saying it, but he said this matter has become personal to me because it's become not about hijab, but about Islam. So, two possible scenarios here. One, this guy is so moronic he doesn't know what the word personal means. Or two, he's saying he is Islam. Right? If it's about Islam and it's personal, that means it's about him and he's Islam.
Personally about
so
him.
Either he equates himself with the religion of Islam, or he's a moron who doesn't know the meaning of the word personal. I'm just putting it out there. I'm not suggesting that he is the biggest shirker in the history of the world. You decide, right? You decide.
Yeah. Just putting it out there. I think it might be my new catchphrase from now on. Anything I say. I'm Ali Dawa screwing goats. I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying it. I'm just putting it out there. I like that concept. Okay. Well, see, I'm learning from Ali Dawa.
Is a message from her account, and we're going to prove to you it's from her account, saying the following. Hi, David. I have some important information to share with you that you may find useful to share about Islam. How can I contact you? When I saw this message, this matter became very personal to me because I told you guys before,
again. Wait, maybe he's David Wood. Maybe he's David Wood.
I need that clip from what was it, Princess Bride? Where you
keep using that word.
Yeah, you keep using that word. I don't think that word means what you think it means.
Yeah, so either he's Islam or he's David Wood. But actually, all she said there is I want to share with you some information about Islam. For all you know from this text, and it's only going to be the only one he shows, but she did actually send other messages or tweet other things at David Wood, which he never saw. But according to this one, maybe all she wanted to do is share with him how she has sources that prove he's wrong about Islam. She said, I want to share with you some valuable information about Islam. I bet you hundreds of Muslims tweet something like that at David every day because they think that they have sources that back their beliefs that are not compatible with Islam.
What? Remind me again what Ali Dawa's whole job is. Isn't Dawa sort of giving information about Islam to unbelievers? You know, calling them to Islam? Just saying. I'm just putting it out there.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that might be a little hypocritical.
Loyalty is to Allah and His Messenger. And since, Bushra, you have decided to throw Islam under the bus, I'm not going to do the same thing, and I won't. You have not said here, I have information.
This moron, does he not know how speech works? Since you did this, I'm not going to do it. That's not how speech works. That's not a normal speech pattern. It's supposed to be, since you did this first, I'm going to do it to you. I'm just continually baffled and amazed, perplexed. It might even be a miracle of Allah that someone who does not seem to have a single functioning brain cell can somehow be one of the most popular, perhaps the most popular, even more popular than Hijab himself, Da'i in the entire world. I'm not saying that he's unintelligent. I'm just putting it out there.
Just putting it out there.
You have decided to throw Islam under the bus. I'm not going to do the same thing, and I won't. You have not said here, I have information to share about Muhammad Hijab or Ali Dawa.
You said, I have information to share about Islam. Here's a pamphlet. Here's a Quran. Oh, wait, that's all the Dawa tables ever. Oh, shoot. Did he just disrespect every other Dawaist out there? Just saying.
Or whoever for that matter, you have directly made a statement of kufr. Share what information about Islam? With
Dawa is kufr.
Are you sharing information with Sister Khadija, who wants to know how to defend Islam? Rather, you are going to the vilest of the vile, and you are shaking hands with Shaitan, and that Shaitan betrayed you. So from these messages, guys, for somebody to drop so low, no matter how much you hate one individual for whatever reason it is, to go and say that you will be sharing information that an enemy of Islam who laughs and mocks the death of Palestinian children who are being blown into pieces.
When did he do that?
The Quran, spits.
When did he do that?
Never mocked children getting blown up. That's something you fabricated.
And it's always about Palestine, man.
Yeah, it's always,
it was
it
number
always goes back to
one.
Palestine.
Number one. So he said, these are the crimes of David Wood. Number one, he mocks Palestinian children, which he never did. And then number two, he ate the Quran, which he did do. But number one, always, it's always about Israel and Palestine and their massive inferiority complex. It's pathetic. Pathetic.
This is Dawa. This is the logic and the power of the Ummah. Lack thereof.
It's on the Quran, who burns the Quran, who insults your messenger day and night. And we are going to take the testimony of this woman serious, yeah? Bushra, it has become personal now. Now, what we're going to do, brothers and sisters, is we're going to show you the first mistake, or the many mistakes they made, but one slip up of a message, a fake, photoshopped message.
You mean almost like the text being out of order and you claiming that one goes before the other? You mean, well, no, that would require you to actually have skill in Photoshop, which might have actually fixed your issue. But no, you don't even have that far of skills. So, yeah.
Yeah, you are raising a good point. Now, he is correct that he is about to show a fake Photoshopped message. However, you're right. I don't think he did it. I think that he was spoon-fed the message. However, it is definitely fake and photoshopped, just not by Aisha.
You mean spoon-fed? Like probably he was told that this was the order of the text messages, and this is what to say, and make sure you say that.
Grape-fed.
It dropped in. Grape-fed. Oh no, the grape-fed. Very powerful. Very powerful Dawa, the grapes.
Yeah, no spoons, just direct hand-to-mouth grapes in this situation.
That we have to give it to our brother Salman, Dunya's ex-husband, should we say, who came out and said that this was photoshopped. Just one thing you missed there, brother Salman, should I say Dunya's ex-husband. Yeah, that Photoshop message that you missed out on your video to inform your viewers was done by Bushra herself. And here is the evidence.
In this relationship and so
How is this evidence that that screenshot comes from her?
Well, not only that, well, he's saying because it has her in the corner right there. We go back to the screenshot.
Well, I know, but if someone photoshopped
trauma.
this to frame her, wouldn't they put her name on it?
Yes, and wouldn't again you. What is he claiming here is photoshopped? Because
He's
I'm
claiming.
not seeing.
Well, he'll explain why he thinks that this is photoshopped. So I'll wait to explain the context, because you might not know the whole context of everything that went down. So I'll wait till it's more appropriate.
Okay.
But yeah,
by Bushra herself.
I was gonna say, yeah, the claim is that this was on her channel and it's a photoshopped screenshot of a fake conversation. That's the claim they're making.
Well, first of all, they may not have used Photoshop. You don't know that. You're assuming that. And in addition, you could claim that every thumbnail you've ever made is also Photoshopped, as well as a lot of the images that I show, because I have to make it into the format that I can share with people. So be careful what you claim.
And here is the evidence.
in this relationship and so on. I want you to help me make things easy. I really want this to happen. So I thought, like, at that time, I look at this guy as a god, like, because I trust him enough. I was like, I didn't see at all anything wrong that's going to happen. This is for me like the story of the marriage of Salama.
We're going to show you now the correlations and the connections that her channel had when she even contacted David Wood. She has been on multiple Dawa live channels of Dawa Wise, Brother Hashim, Mansour, Sheikh Hazm, and many of these duat with shubahat about the Quran.
Oh no!
Wait, so she went and talked to Muslim Dawists, the people who claim to be intelligent and know this stuff, and she seeked their help. Like,
and they have call-in shows. Yeah, they have call. Well, no, this isn't actually about her. So he says shubahat, which is doubts about the Quran. So apparently she called into some of these shows where they put up a show, call us with any of your doubts and we'll answer all your questions. And then she had the nerve to call in and ask them her questions about the preservation of the Quran. I mean, how dare she? This clearly shows she's not genuine and not interested in the truth at all, because she's calling into Dawa shows that ask people to call in and get answers to their questions and asking them questions that she wants answers to.
How dare you ask questions of people that want you to ask them questions? How dare you give Dawa, content? Dawa is content. You're not supposed to do that. Ever. I think.
Because we have... Sarah, could I ask you, so in terms of the Quran and its preservation, do you have an issue with that, or are you convinced that the Quran is preserved?
Well, I'm trying to understand here, right?
But I'm just asking you in terms of
yes, I do have an issue. Yes, I do have an issue. Like as I said in the beginning, all of it. Because
that's fine.
So now, like I said before,
how dare she have a question?
How is that relevant?
It's not. They're trying to imply that she's a non-believer because she called into Dawa shows and expressed that she has doubt on the fairy tale myth of perfect preservation of the Quran.
Well, that if you have any doubts at all, you're a kafir. Leave my
Well,
house.
not according to Ali Dawa later on in this video.
That's true. So he's going directly against the ruling of the other scholars. If he includes himself as a scholar. I don't know. The definition is very loose.
His husband, which we're going to come to a bit later, inshallah. So he said that this was photoshopped. Yes, it would be nice if you told them that it was photoshopped by your client, Bushra. It says here, you have time to see everyone in your life except me. I just want to sit down and talk. I am not Shuli or Dershowitz. I am not your enemy. Now, you might be thinking, okay, Ali, what's the proof here? One little thing. If you see the reply that Muhammad Hijab apparently gives, sister, please have self-dignity. leave the matter to Allah. This was on 10th August 2023. This happened before October the 7th, which meaning that hijab did not know or did not have any communication with Shuli or Dershowitz. So this is a direct fabrication.
Wait, you mean that's not chronologically in order? What? You have a problem with it now? Compared to Earth?
All right, so let me explain the whole context here. Before the most recent videos came out, someone on Twitter posted a screenshot that they said was from Aisha, that they had gotten from her, and they debunked it by showing that it had Muhammad Hijab's current profile picture at the top. That's why the profile picture is circled at the top, but this is a picture that he didn't start using until December 2024. That was their only accusation against the clip at the time. If you read the comments on that Twitter post, people were like, it always shows you the current profile picture, not the profile picture they had at the time the text was sent. And that doesn't show anything. But then some other Muslims were like, well, he used bad grammar in this sentence, and hijab never uses bad grammar, so it can't be him. It must be fake. That is the text screenshot that Ali Dawa is referring to. However, that's not what he's showing on the screen. He's showing a different message on the screen. That's the one that the Behind Veils channel said was fabricated. He's showing a message that is like, because that didn't work, right? That try didn't work. Hijab spoon-fed them that screenshot. That didn't work when it was pointed out that their argument was stupid. So now they gave a different screenshot, which Ali Dawa is claiming is the same one, but it's not, where it has an anachronism, they allege, that Muhammad Hijab hadn't yet talked to Rabbi Shuli or Alan Dershowitz, and thus she couldn't be using their names in that message. The problem is that there's zero evidence that this actually was in her video. There were some videos on her channel which have since been taken down. Ali Dawa is going to talk about that, but that had screenshots of their conversations. All we have is Ali Dawa's word that this came from her video, when of course he has never seen her video. So by their standards, no evidence whatsoever. Yet they're saying it must be screenshot, or it must be a fake, it must be photoshopped, and it must be her because, yeah, that's why. I hope you see what a good convincing video this is, everyone. I'm very glad. We're going to be doing a 14-hour fundraiser starting tomorrow. I'm going to be live for 14 hours, and I'm not going to stop until you guys donate enough money to save poor brother Hijab from this vicious crime that's being committed against him, or something along those lines. So obviously he gives absolutely zero reason for us to believe this screenshot other than he says so. I've actually delved into the screenshot in great detail, which I'll be talking about tomorrow on my channel. And there is 100% proof that it was photoshopped and that it could not have possibly been from her channel, because they made some errors in their Photoshop that are quite obvious when you look at the tiny little details that they don't want you to look at.
So in other words, when you actually examine their evidence, it doesn't pass the sniff test. And yet they claim that I make up hadith when I use their websites. Screenshots directly from their websites with links to those screenshots, to the pages that I took the screenshot from. Dawa.
Now, where was this aired? Where was this put on? On Bushra's channel. And here is the evidence we're going to show you where she had to take down multiple videos randomly. And somebody who's from the Arab world asks her the following question. And look at what she says.
So if you can pause it again.
This person who's in Arabic, it's written in Arabic, says in an...
So they earlier showed a video recording, a screen recording of her channel from before she took these videos down. If this video had actually come from her channel, You'd think that they could have just used their screenshot where they screen recorded her channel and played through the video in question. They showed you playing through other videos of her. But they're not going to do that. They're just going to say it came from the channel and then read some text messages that are on the channel. Interesting.
Yeah, they don't want people to examine it. They want to give enough evidence that people believe and think that's all true, with lightly brushing a lot of accusations. Because again, where are we at? We are 27 minutes into this. We've got 3 text messages and a photoshopped screenshot. That's the evidence so far.
Oh, and by the way,
evidence.
When they showed the screenshot of her channel and the videos that were live at the time they recorded that, there was it's at 23 videos. There's 19 now. That means she took down 4 videos. When they were on the videos page, you could see the title of the first 2. You couldn't see the third one. It was off the screen. And then when they switched to the shorts, it shows a short that isn't up there. Well, none of the 3 videos that you can see on screen seem to be the one that this alleged screenshot came from. And so seems very odd, right? And the titles on those videos are like, Part 1, Muhammad Hijab does blah, blah, blah. Part 2, Muhammad Hijab does blah, blah, blah. This one, the title shown in the screenshot is, He Dumped Me, or he left me, something along those lines. It doesn't say like Muhammad Hijab Part 3, He Dumped Me, right? So it doesn't seem to be in the same title format either. So I don't know. I'm not saying that they faked this screenshot, and they know that they did because they have video evidence of what was actually on her channel, and they don't want you to see that. So they're going to read current comments that are still on the channel. No, that couldn't possibly be it.
No, not at all. And I have a bridge to sell you.
Nutshell is asking Bushra, where did those messages go? Because they were quite strong points. In a nutshell, she's saying about the accusations and da-da-da-da-da. Now, reading that in Arabic, you're assuming that is a sister, a righteous mu'min, behind there asking for her to aid her sister. Not really, because if we look closely, guys, it says Proverbs 1 Christian. And I don't know if you guys seen a...
So a Christian posted on her channel, this is proof that she's a liar.
Yeah. By the way, guys, for the Muslims who are obsessed with Arabic, Christians can read Arabic too. I know quite a few of them. They're quite fluent in Arabic, much better than Ali Dawa is. So, I know some that were native Arabic speakers. That was their mother tongue.
And Eric, what is a video message left 40 minutes ago at the time that he was recording this video have anything to do with what she did months ago?
40 minutes ago. On where?
That was what the screenshot said. It said Proverbs 1 Christian 40 minutes ago. So someone left this message 40 minutes ago, obviously well after this has come out and gone public. And this is the proof that we shouldn't believe Faith, as the channel's called, or Aisha, or Bushra, whatever you want to call her. We shouldn't believe her because she's clearly working with Christians because someone left a nice comment on her channel encouraging her who happens to be a Christian.
Yeah, how dare...
I mean, Alida even said it was a nice comment. You'd think this was a nice comment from a supportive sister, but no! It's a Christian! You can't believe her because Christians are saying nice things to her.
After all, Ali Dawa himself would never call Christians brothers or Jews brothers or say that they're friends, that they need to work together and try to complement each other and come work hand to... Oh, shoot, he's been doing that for the last almost a year now. Whoops.
And I'm not saying Proverbs 1 Christian is being disingenuous. They probably are honestly saying their opinion. But even if they were being a liar and trying to manipulate her, what would that have anything to do with anything? This is all well after everything's public. It obviously had nothing to do with the reason she went public with the material.
Well, yeah, because she went public with material long before this would have been even posted. Now you could say, well, she's just trying to appeal to the Christians and get popular through the Christians. Well, if the Muslims would have supported her and did a proper investigation, she wouldn't have needed to go to the Christians. It was not her first result. Now,
also didn't read her reply, by the way. She might have said, "Get lost, you kafir," for all we know.
Yeah, we don't even know what is said here. Nope, not going to. Oh. What's up message? Okay. Yeah, it's just support. More support, thank you.
He summarized what Proverbs 1 Christian said. I have no reason to believe that it's not true. What he said. He basically said that it was a nice message of support, and that they were, and then you'd think it came from a Dawa sister, but no, it came from a Christian. But we don't know what she said in reply. We could try to get that, look it up. But it's probably not mean. It probably doesn't say "get lost, kafir," but it could, right? He doesn't even bother to tell us what she said in reply. The mere fact that Christian posted on her channel is sufficient to prove that she's a secret Christian working to undermine Dawa or something.
Come on. Says, I will, God willing. Of course, Allah willing. The evidence is there, and there is a lot.
There you go.
That was her reply.
Oh no. She did she say, "Oh, thank you for that message. I too worship Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior."
Nope. Just thank you for helping me share the story, because that's what the message says. They'll help share her story, and her reply is, "Thank you, God willing." Yeah, that was it. That be all they wrote. Nothing about being Christian. But yet, by how he's reacting, it sounds like she's
this is just like
Jesus, and there you go.
This is like his top evidence, right? I guess her messaging David Wood was his top evidence, but this is his second best evidence that a Christian messaged her.
Yep, that's the Christian messaged her a very nice message saying that they'll help, and she said thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll keep going, and that there's more evidence coming, which anyone that says that, obviously, according to Ali Dawa, must be untrustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
To aid her sister. Not really, because if we look closely, guys, it says Proverbs 1 Christian. And I don't know if you guys have seen a pattern, but I've seen a pattern all across Dunya's ex-husband's videos and all across everywhere. Christians are flooding the comment section. Now, why would they do such a thing?
Why would we
Almost
do such
like
a
we
thing?
actually care for people that don't believe the same thing we do. What a big surprise.
It's just so funny, right? It's just so funny that he thinks this is some kind of evidence. Yeah, Christians are interested in this. Yeah, a few of them probably do have somewhat malicious intentions, but the vast majority are just offering support for her. The vast majority are saying, we want you to get justice. We want good things for you. Oh, man, that's just so horrible. How dare Christians give her the support that the Islamic community refuses to give her?
I remember not too long ago, Ali Dawa had a video up not too long ago where he praised a Christian for caring about Muslims in, Palestine, as he would put it, or Judea, as it would actually be called. But he praised the Christians for supporting the Muslims there. Now he's condemning. Now he's also acting like you have to pay real close attention. Like this was a secret message, secretly submitted in Arabic. So you would think that was a Muslim doing it. But no, it was actually a Christian. Because after all, it doesn't take very much to read the actual name on there. But that's the end of his investigational skills.
Why would the enemies of Islam do such a thing? All right, I know why. Because Bushra, you have been aiding them. Like you said, you're going to go to the vilest of the vile and the most satanic of the satanic, and you've shaken hands with them. And you are not only doing that, you have even told David Wood that you are willing to share information about Islam. Bushra.
Oh, no.
Don't worry.
Hey, Ali Dawa, do you share information about Islam with Christians every single Sunday at Speaker's Corner?
All the time. It's almost like it's his job. It's almost like that is the entire purpose of him doing this.
But that makes him a vile creature talking to the lowest of the low and can't be trusted about anything, according to his logic.
Nope, not at all. Now, we have an interesting note says, yo, your brother in Christ, you have more viewers than Ali Dawa now. Don't know if that's true, but that would be interesting. Maybe on this video.
I think they just mean he's probably not live right now. I think they mean just than he did when he was live and got raided.
Ah, gotcha. So, again, he's going off. Big surprise. You know what? Christians are known for being caring. Almost like the Bible tells us to care for one another, to love those who persecute you. You pray for one another. You love your enemy. You show them compassion. You don't let them walk over you. You don't let them commit sins, but you love your enemy. You want what's best for an opponent who does not believe.
Desire.
Yeah, so what you're saying is the Christians are acting like Christians. The Christians are acting like Christians after the Muslims acted like Muslims.
Yeah, but this time it doesn't favor Ali Dawa, so he doesn't like it.
Desire to take Muhammad Hijab down for whatever reason it has gone beyond him. You have now directly have allied yourself with the enemies of Islam. Now we're going to provide you evidences how this channel is connected to her, and she took those videos down. Not only that, forget me. Take it out. Not the horse's mouth, the Satan's own mouth. David Wood.
So wait. Before we go to that, you mean that she had multiple accounts that she might have posted videos under that she didn't show her face on and she used her own voice? It would definitely be wrong if someone altered their own voice and then used another channel acting as if they were someone else deceptively to everyone else around them. Well, let's see what he says that David
and all they... Well, okay, yeah, we'll get to see what he says, but I'm going to save him some time. Yeah, the channel is indeed hers. That's not the question. The question is whether the screenshot came from the channel, and you haven't shown that in any way. And I can prove it didn't.
Yeah, I know.
So,
evidence doesn't seem to be his strong suit in this video about him breaking his silence and giving you lots of evidence. Haven't had it. So,
here is what he said and how he confirms this YouTube channel is directly connected to Bushra, your channel. Here's the video.
It's been verified. The woman here, Aisha, she's calling herself Aisha. She's actually in the chat. Her channel is Faith. I think it was Thaddeus who said that he verified that it's actually her. But she says, I'm the woman in question. When I said he ruined my life for years, it's because we were...
I think she kind of verified it because she's the one saying, I'm the woman. The person, I did it. Well,
I did verify that.
They do with Jesus, right?
Yeah. So I did. Just to be clear, I did text David Wood while he was in the live stream to let him know that Aisha was in the chat and vouched for her. Said that I'd gone through the channel because a normal person can't do that, but a moderator can go to their channel and confirm that it's not just someone else with the name Faith. So I confirmed for David Wood that was the correct channel, and David is acknowledging that. But what is Ali Dawa's evidence that this is her channel? David Wood says it under my authority. I don't think that's valid evidence to Ali Dawa. Right? Is that valid evidence to Ali Dawa normally? That David Wood said something? So why is he citing it as his evidence? Because he has no actual evidence. Because he's a pathetic idiot. I could have told... I could go through how I verified it was actually her channel, but that's not relevant because Ali Dawa is too lazy and stupid to verify it's actually her channel, and thus he's just telling us to believe David Wood.
And he's also acting like this was some sort of secret that she was trying to hide, and David Wood betrayed her by showing that this, even he admitted that this was her channel. Hey, it's my channel, guys. I did it. They're doing the same thing they do with Jesus. When Jesus says, I am Yahweh, I am God. He can't possibly be saying that he is God. That can't possibly be true.
In contact for 3 years prior to the marriage, and I have been fighting for 2 years to get justice.
So what you heard there, brothers and sisters, of there's two Satans, two bastards, one.
So
bastard
what
down
did we
there who,
actually hear there? Let's ignore this clown. We'll get what he thinks that we heard.
Yeah, let's re-listen to it with new ears and actually hear what is actually said in this.
David Wood. Here is what he said and how he confirms this YouTube channel is directly connected to Bushra, your channel. Here's the video.
It's been verified. The woman here, Aisha, she's calling herself Aisha. She's actually in the chat. Her channel is Faith. I think it was Thaddeus who said that he verified that it's actually her. But she says, I'm the woman in question. When I said he ruined my life for years, it's because we were in contact for 3 years prior to the marriage, and I have been fighting for 2 years to get justice.
So what you heard there, brothers and sisters.
So what we heard was that she was fighting for 2 years before she decided to go to the Christians. So who was she? Who was she working with when she was trying to get justice for 2 years? Wouldn't that be the Muslims? And obviously she didn't get justice for 2 years. And at the end of the 2 years, she's like, fine, I'll take it to the Christians even and see if they will have compassion upon me. And guess what? We do. That was not very hard. Didn't take you 2 years.
Sadly. So I have dug into this, and sadly, the only individual she actually tried to contact from the Christian scene was David Wood. He probably gets thousands of messages a day. He never saw her messages. So sadly, she didn't actually get help from the Christian community back in the fall when she was trying to make contact. However, what she was doing there, since we don't have the context of what David was talking about, was correcting his misunderstanding of the timeline. He said that I think the marriage went on for years, blah, blah, blah. And what she says is, I knew him for 3 years. Then we were married for a very brief period of time. Then 2 years since then, I've been trying to get justice. So David had the timeline slightly wrong. She was correcting David on the timeline. That's it. She wasn't asking for his help. She wasn't like saying you're right or you're great or anything. All she was trying to do is correct a matter of fact that David got wrong.
So putting that back into perspective again. So 3 years of grooming, and that's what it is. It's grooming. 3 years of grooming, which seems to be pretty typical, actually. Going through the grooming process, I've actually had training. I've been in fields I need to have training to be able to identify and understand how grooming behavior works, as well as being able to identify a potential predator long before the act effort occurs. And yes, it's a long time period that you need for grooming if that's what you're going to be doing. It's not something that's quick and fast and boom, there it is. No, it's time, it's spent, it's the small touches, it's getting the victim used to that engagement. And then it doesn't sound like the marriage lasted very long, almost like it was a one-night marriage and then over and done with.
Yeah, I think it might have been a couple of nights, but it definitely was not a period of longer than weeks for sure. It may have been as few as days or even one day that this went on. Don't know precisely the amount of time. Don't need to know. It's not relevant here. But you can see why Hijab was so irate in all the text messages he was sending her. He thought that he'd groomed her for 3 years, put 3 years of effort into getting this sex-only relationship that he so desperately wanted. And then she calls it off right away when she realizes the trick. And he realizes that he wasted all that grooming effort, wasted all of his time for one night stand or 5 night stand, whatever the case may be, didn't get what he wanted out of it. And now he's irate about that. And understandably so, given how much time and effort he put into this. But I guess he should have studied up a little bit more and continued the grooming longer so that she would have been more submissive when he changed the terms.
Well, with the grooming, he really, there's a lot of steps to it. One of the steps is isolation. Isolating this person emotionally. And it sounds like definitely with some of the text message that we went through on your channel, that she violated that isolation. That's where he got really upset with her. was when she went and talked to someone else that wasn't on the approved list that he wanted her to be able to interact with. When that occurred, then there was an issue. And this is really looking more and more like a textbook grooming situation.
There's two Satans, two bastards. One bastard down there who raised £100,000 and put his wife in hijab.
I think
I laughed so hard when I heard this the first time. I really did. It's okay. And I called my wife in because I had to get her opinion on this. I said, he just said that this was a hijab and that AP put her into this hijab. Guess what? That didn't happen. It was actually the opposite that happened, if anything. And AP's been very vocal on this about... Go ahead.
Just to be clear, this isn't about the hijab comment. That's just stupidity. This is about calling them bastards.
Yes. Well, I actually have 2 pages. One for both.
Okay. You can do one for each. I'm going to do this nice and close to the
I
microphone.
tried getting one. The Quran is just too generous. It's the generous Quran that gave me 2 instead of 1. But yeah, so I called her in and I was like, wait. You follow her a lot closer than I do as far as her public posts. To my understanding, she was Christian first. She converted first. It wasn't until afterwards that AP converted as well, and he's been very vocal. You know what? He played a big role in this, and that does make sense that she would play a big role in this. But if anything, it would be the opposite. And he's claiming that she's oppressed. No, if anything, you would have that above AP if you're following it logically. But I don't think so. I think AP just decided to pursue it this way, and he found it to be true. So, okay. Breakfast gun in the chat.
Accepted Christianity, that other bastard there.
The Bible tells you to be quiet. Again, you don't actually know that reference or the context at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I read
Clearly
it.
admitting that this is her channel. It's been verified. It's her channel. And what we showed you on the screens shows that it was her channel, and she took down the videos. So much so her Christian friends now, because they've been allyship, the Christian friends are asking her, where did those go? And she's saying, oh, no, it's going to come back, inshallah. Yeah. She went on multiple Dawa.
Isn't Dawa butthurt? I'm starting to wonder. Is he butthurt because she has more Christian friends now than he does? Because he seems,
could be.
Because I know for months that he was going around almost every video saying to the Christians and the Jews, we're just against the Zionists and we need to unite together, hand in hand, and be friends.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's upset. Why? Did all of those fail horribly and you're left with no Christian friends? And then she comes out and tells the truth and then looks for support, and lo and behold, Christians help out.
You could almost say
it's when someone's unjust.
You could almost say it's personal.
Oh,
actually,
that's
personal,
what's
right?
personal about it. It's the fact that she went to the Christians and got the Christians as friends. That's personal, where he failed horribly.
But I do want to say that there actually might be a lot more to this than just some personal injury of not making friends, because by saying we should team up against the Zionists or Jews, whatever, he's following the example of Muhammad, right? Because when Muhammad first started, right, he's like, Jews and Christians, come be my friends and we'll oppose the polytheists together. And then when he got a little bit more powerful, he's like, hey, Christians, be my friends and we'll oppose the Jews together. And that's what Ali Dawa was trying to do. And the example of his prophet shockingly did not work. So it's not just personal, it's also the failure of following the prophet's example in his little deception there. Because of course Muhammad, the prophet, never suspected or never intended to keep that promise. He always intended to break it once he got powerful enough, which he then did. But modern Christians weren't so easily tricked this time around. Huh.
Nope. After all, do remember that the Quran does say that Muslims cannot take Christians or Jews as friends because they are friends of each other. And if you do, then you are of them. So we have Jack Ray here saying that Ollie is mad because she's reached more Christians than, well, he has. Would be the logical conclusion of that.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true,
He's
actually.
reached more Christians. Yes, I would say that that's probably true. Probably true.
And
Yet,
I'll just speak for
that's
myself
wrong.
personally. This situation, and not so much her story, because that's just horrible, but the reaction of the Behind Veils channel has, in my time of doing this, 6 years, been the best thing I have ever seen out of an Islamic person. And it's the thing that has come closest, I'm not saying it's very close, but closest to making me respect Islam of anything that's ever happened. So Ali Dawa, Muhammad Hijab, millions of subscribers, plenty of bravado, Uthman lies from here to there to, I can't even describe how far, right? The best liar the world has ever created, Uthman. Zakir Naik and his memorization of verses and saying them really fast. None of those things ever impressed me. But the attitude of the Behind Veils channel and saying we're standing up for what's right actually does impress me and makes me say, if this is what Islam taught, I happen to know it isn't, but if this is what Islam taught, I would be very impressed with this religion. I would think that there is something good in this religion. That doesn't mean it's true as a whole, but I would say there's something very good in this religion, at least this aspect of it. Sadly, however, the religion doesn't actually teach that. They get those values from somewhere else.
Absolutely.
Channels live and went there to talk about the doubt that she had.
Another verse in Quran which says وَلَوْ كَانَ مِنْ عِنْدِ غَيْرِ اللَّهِ لَوَجَدُوا فِيهِ اخْتِلَافًا كَثِيرًا. Had it been from other source than from Allah, they would have found so many contradiction in it. So when you read the Quran, do you see any contradiction?
Well, if the alterations weren't so many,
I'm not talking about any alterations. I'm saying when you read the Quran, do you see any contradictions? Contradictions in the oneness of Allah, contradiction in the prophethood of Musa, of Isa, of Ibrahim, of Noah, of the Anbiya, contradiction in the rulings, in the Shara, in the legislative, in the Islamic legislative. Do you see any contradiction in nikah, in inheritance, in all of this?
Anything in the Quran? Anything in the Quran?
No,
What's up?
So she called into an open Q&A. Join live Q&A. And she says, I have questions. And that is her great sin here.
Well, and this moron, right?
Islam it is.
Her questions about textual variants in the manuscript history. And this moron here is like, well, there's a verse of the Quran that says there's no contradictions. Do you believe that? Yes or no? And she's like, doesn't know how to answer because it has nothing to do with what she's calling in about. Right? Whether there's contradictions or not is a completely unrelated question to whether or not there's variants in the textual history. And so she's like, I don't understand how this relates to my question. And he's like, hey, just answer the question. And she finally says, yeah, there's no contradictions in the Quran. And then HIJAB'S, the absolute scumbag HIJAB'S has to butt in and say, shut up, you moron. That's not her question. Like, if HIJAB'S is coming to your rescue, how out of line does that other guy have to be with his questioning?
Pretty bad. So, yeah, you got... Jeez. She's not asking the question he wants her to ask. And even if there were no errors within the Quran itself, even if that was true, unlike that verse claims, which it claims that if there was errors you would not find any errors within it because, it's trustworthy. That's what they take it as. But the way it's actually worded would mean that the menu from my pizza place down the street is from Allah. That's the way it's actually logically written in the Quran. It's nonsense. The Quran itself is garbage.
And just real quickly, to show you how stupid this response is, which would be more likely to have minimal errors? The original text or an edited version of the text? But her question is, has the text been edited? And he says, you can trust it's not been edited because there's no contradictions. Well, that's the editor's job, is to remove errors.
Yes.
These people.
Sorry, what did you say, brother?
Hashim, what's up? Please continue.
Yeah, so I don't think I personally don't see any kind of contradictions at all. But this, to me, this doesn't negate the questioning around alterations, because we may find, a book and then we have a few verses.
Now, we don't have a problem with doubts. People can have doubts. It's understandable. The problem that we have is...
No, you can't have doubts. The Quran says you cannot have doubts at all. Do not doubt. And there are many Muslim scholars who will say, if you have doubts, you have left Islam. Any doubt. In fact, there are some that will say that you have only one option. Only one chance.
Yeah, generally they give you a couple of chances to repent, but there is a differing opinion on the amount of times you're allowed to repent. But they all agree that doubts about anything crucial to the Islamic narrative takes you outside of the fold of Islam. Oh, Dawa says otherwise. He says, we don't have a problem with doubts, except that he obviously does have a problem with doubts, which is why he's bringing this up in the first point to discredit her.
And wouldn't the preservation of the Quran be something that would be critical to Islam? At least that's what the Muslims tell me.
You know, I mean, in their idea, yes. In reality, no. Actually, it wouldn't, but.
So, okay, well. Here we go again.
The intention, what intentions and what plotting are you with doubts? Because when the brothers answer your questions logically and rationally, you piss them.
It wasn't logical. It wasn't at all. He didn't answer the question at all. He went off on a tangent on the question that he wished he asked.
Yeah. And that she answers it the Islamic way, right? That she doesn't see any contradictions in the Quran. So this guy, he pulls this clip. I don't know how long they talked. They probably talked for, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. He takes this 30 seconds because he thinks this looks really bad for her. And it doesn't remotely look bad for her. Like, he can't even get his attack videos right.
Then again, he did release this one, so there's that. It shows us how bad he is at editing, at least.
That is the point. Now, brothers and sisters, you segment on this.
So this is his big conclusion. What he has put everything into. This is it. This is the big one.
You went and shook hand. You said with the most vile of the viles, Satan. You will shake hand with Shaitan, yeah? No problem. Guess what? What does Shaitan do on Yom Qiyamah? What does he? He said that I am free. I only called you. And you know what, Shaitan, you know what? He's the one actually calling the people evil. You went to Satan. And here's a clip of one of the Satans, these bastards, his face has got Latin on it. You can see, yeah? Look what he said and look how he actually humiliated you. Wallahi, it just reminded me of ayah. You and them to them for aid. And they just chewed you, used you, and spat you.
So here we go.
Okay.
Chewed you, used you, and spat you.
All right, this is what they actually done to you. Look at how he humiliates you for your deception of secret Messiah marriage.
Why are you blaming the victim?
She's not a victim, man. I mean, let's face it. I think some people need to be ready to be criticized for some really stupid decisions that they make.
Hey, can you pause it?
Especially, and I'm not saying that she.
Go ahead.
Ali Dawa chooses. This is not like a live scroll of the. Not a live scroll. I'm having some internet issues, I think. Anyway, this is not a live scroll of the chat. He puts up a screenshot here. I don't know why. There's not one comment in this live chat that is negative about Aisha or anything else for that matter. They're all saying, we want the best for you. We stand for you. We love you. I don't know why he's highlighting this, but he is choosing to highlight this as the example, obviously in addition to AP's words, which I may object to some of what AP says, but why is he putting this screenshot up? I haven't the slightest clue, honestly.
No clue. So far, it's just showing that seems like she's getting some support, which is the opposite of what she's claiming, of what he's claiming. So again, you're kind of, Ali Dawa, you're defeating. Do you need someone to look over your videos? I'm starting to wonder. Someone needs to double check your videos. They'll tell you this is stupid. Just saying, it would help increase the quality of your video. I'm sure I definitely have someone who will do that for me. You can see why I do so many live streams.
She did something stupid in misjudging character, and doing something.
And this
getting
obviously
herself
isn't
into it.
direct.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm having internet issues, so it's a little bit delayed. But before you hit play, I was trying to say, and Aisha was listening. She was in the chat at this time. So Ali Dawa isn't saying this to her. I know he says he's saying it to her, but he's saying it to his audience, right? He's saying, how dare she go and talk to him? And this is how AP responded and called her out. Well, if you listen to the whole conversation, one, David Wood kind of calls out AP and says, you're being unreasonable. And two, he is generally supportive of her, just not in this exact segment.
But it also involves her being deceptive and dishonest and basically engaging in a plot for her own benefit and her own pleasure, as it seems in, going or hiding it from his family and all that.
So the very people that you went to.
So yeah, that was the mic drop moment, that they betrayed her. Again, if you listen to the entire thing, David obviously disagrees. And yeah, she does share some of it, but not. Again, it's very easy to be manipulated by a person into that sort of situation. Definitely if someone is a practiced liar who has made a living off of lying, it can be that way.
Are now blaming you. Maybe Bushra, you should take accountability for
But
your
again,
actions.
AP made a comment. AP made a comment towards the end saying that she had a little bit of responsibility, that most of the responsibility was on Hijab. So, I mean, context here, right? That's the best he could find. That's the worst clip that he could find. I actually thought AP was kind of out of line. I'm actually in a private chat with your brother in Christ. And I said that at the time, right? I said to David, good job standing up to Aisha against AP's comments. I didn't say that for the benefit of the public, for a video or whatever. I said that directly to him, like, good job in the way you handled it when AP got a little out of line.
Yeah, again, when someone is manipulated like this for years, and I was in an abusive relationship a long time ago with a lot of manipulation, a lot of lying going on in it. Definitely someone who is a habitual practice liar. And again, they would lie even about things that I knew I didn't do. Like going on trips that I know I didn't do, but I would take their word at it. I was so manipulated at that point that I would take their word at it. And yes, I should know better. But it's much easier looking back now and saying, wow, I was an idiot, than being able to pull yourself out of it. I'm very thankful to the friends who helped me and my family who helped me pull out of that and deal with it correctly. But yeah, if she's being targeted like that, that's Mohammed Hijab. And it's not the first time he's done this. He has practiced. He's done it before. with another secret wife that got out of hand.
Maybe you should. Because right now, I'll be honest with you, I have no kind of mercy towards you because you have brought Islam into this, not Muhammad Hijab. No, with all due respect, you have put and tried your best to throw Islam under the bus. This is why the problem has become personal now. If it was about hijab, I can just come and do a video and say it's an allegation, I've made you. No, you have took this a step forward. And the very Satan that you shook hands with stabbed you right behind you. What did you gain now? What did you gain? Nothing. So on this segment, we're going to finish this, inshallah,
that's
with
not
the Satan.
true. That's not true.
Not at all.
Not true. She contacted David. David stood up for her. Whether David's a shaitan or not, she never tried to contact AP, and he's the only one that said anything mildly negative about her. So how exactly did David stab her in the back?
He didn't, but that doesn't work with the narrative.
This is just
utter
nonsense.
Right. If the narrative does not fit what he desires, he'll just change it.
Betraying, the very person who's gone to them for aid. So, like you said, Bushra, you will go to the most vilest of the vile. You will shake hands with Satan. You've done that. And here is what you got deserved. Now we're going to move on to the next segment where we break down the ex-husband of Dunya and his false accusations.
Dun,
in this segment, brothers and sisters, we are going to be, inshallah, talking about Salman.
So, in that entire thing, how much evidence did he actually present in that entire last section? Because that was a long section, and I didn't see any evidence much at all.
Yeah, so I think if I'm trying to be as generous as possible here. I think that he presented one screenshot allegedly from one of her videos and then discussed whether it was photoshopped or not. He showed a couple screen record things of her channel from a few days ago at least, showing that the videos were on the channel, except not the one that screenshot was allegedly from for some reason. I showed showed one comment on that channel from a Christian made within the last 40 minutes of when he did that. So obviously after this had broken, saying that they support her and hope she gets justice. And showed one of her two comments she made on the David Wood live stream, and showed AP didn't think she was all that much of a victim. And showed one screenshot of one of her tweets that was directed at David saying, "I went to teach you about Islam." That's what they showed as evidence.
No Muslim should ever say that.
Just a treasure trove of evidence.
Salman, the ex-husband of Dunya.
And she did actually reach out today. She did actually... just to be clear, they are going to show some more of her tweets later. And she did actually tweet at David. Even though they said they were going to move on to Salman, most of the rest is actually not about him, because Ali Dawa is a moron and he doesn't know how to make a coherent video. But in any case, she did actually tweet out a couple times saying, like, "I'm the victim of sexual abuse. I need your help." So she did actually reach out to David for help. But in her tweet history, she never tweeted at Apostate Prophet. She tweeted at David, and she tweeted at Abdul Samir. Those are the only two individuals she ever tweeted at.
Scandalous.
To our brothers and sisters, he brought forth an individual who's been working with the enemies of Islam, who has clearly, with a passion, with rage, have said, yes, I make dua against his children's cells, atoms, makes dua that hijab gets cancer, says I will work with the shaitan.
3-4 times already.
Says that I will go and work with the most vile of the vile individuals who have admitted and said that she saw hijab as a god. And personally to myself, in front of my wife, told me that she even saw him as Abu Bakr. Radiallahu anhu. Now, you might think to yourself, does it get any worse than that?
Wait, pause.
Yes, it does. I'm going to read the message for you guys.
Does it get any worse than calling someone?
He said,
looking up to someone as if he's Abu Bakr.
Even worse than calling him God is calling him Abu Bakr.
Yeah, because that's a progression of worsening cases. You're supposed to start off with like the most simple one and then get worse, and then the final one and then it gets worse than even that.
Yeah, so you got normal human beings. Normal human beings. And then you got let me get the hand motions right. So up here you got Abu Bakr. So that's the scale, but somewhere in between those two, let's say here, is God. So humans, God, Abu Bakr, and then imagine my hand going up for the next 20 minutes, Muhammad.
Yep. Absolutely. Welcome to Islam. This actually makes sense according to them.
This is a camera angle of a helicopter, an Israeli helicopter, who was shooting at innocent Palestinians. And she makes this comment, which I find very bizarre and very odd. And bear in mind, this is the client of Salman, this so-called righteous, honorable man who's sticking up for the oppressed. Or is he someone that is obsessed with his ex-wife, and the rage that he has against her has caused him to be unjust against others? Let's read this. It gives you the feeling of doing things just to experience them. Psychopathy, narcissism, and sadism. Anyone who would be in that position and have been restricted with his life from authority has low self-esteem, would have a great urge to press the button and kill them.
So a nasty individual would have a great urge to kill them.
Well, I'm sure this will shock you, but Ali Dawa is not correctly described what this tweet says. I mean, you can see her words, but you see Arabic up above it, right? He said that according to this tweet, it's a picture of a helicopter shooting at Palestinians. However, what the tweet actually says is that Israelis sent in fake aid trucks, and then when the Palestinian people came to get aid from the truck, they started shooting at them. So if she's reading that tweet and she's writing this as a description of what she's seeing, who would be the sadists, right? Who would be the narcissists? Who would be the psychopaths? It would be the Israeli soldiers, assuming
Israelis.
Assuming that the tweet is actually describing what this video is. So then who would be the one that you would have an urge to press the button and kill? Well, she would have the urge to press the button and kill the Palestinian or the Israeli soldiers. So he's actually portraying this tweet as the exact opposite of what she's actually saying. Now, that's not what this video is. I watched through this whole video. It's about 2 minutes long. At no point does anyone run away. There is no indication that anyone was being shot at it from a helicopter or from the ground, because at no point does anyone run. You'd think if you were being shot at, you'd run away. But no, they all just keep trying to go up to the trucks. And I don't think they're actually aid trucks either. I think that they're Israeli military vehicles trying to drive through, and people are trying to swarm the trucks and attack the trucks. Maybe they are aid. I don't know for sure what the trucks are. But there is no visible response from the Israelis one way or another in this video. You got some asshole describing it as something that it's completely not, and then you got her reacting to that description of what it is and saying if that's true, they deserve to be killed. And then you got Ali Dawa saying that she's saying that the Palestinians deserve to be killed. Utter nonsense.
So yeah, it says that it's a leaked Israeli video footage showing a heated scene when the Israeli occupation army sent aid trucks to attract starving Gazan citizens and then opened fire on them with machine guns and tanks, I don't see tanks.
Right.
but
So from the ground that they were shooting at. But Dawa says the helicopter is shooting at them. And at no point in this video, because I watched the entire 2-minute video, is anyone run from anything. If you're being shot at, especially if you're an unarmed civilian who's come thinking that this is something else, you'd think you'd run away.
And then they end with question here. Who will persecute these criminals? Do they deserve to be shown more? I think that's normalization. So this sounds like a tweet that he would, Ali Dawa would agree with everything else he said here. So no, she's literally saying the people, the Israeli people who did this deserve to be shot. That's what she's saying. They deserve to be killed. If he understood what the Arabic said, if he does or not, I don't know. But if he understood what the Arabic said, it's pretty obvious that this is an anti-Israeli post, and she's agreeing with it. This is a real... He's really just fabricating stuff now. This is just openly fabrication. If anyone knows Arabic.
Absolutely pathetic that he's trying to indicate that her post means that she thinks Gazans should be shot.
It's the extreme opposite.
Now, you might be thinking to yourself, who makes such a absurd, weird comment? And if you think about pressing the button, it reminds me of the two Israelis in a podcast saying, if we could.
No, it's actually not a weird comment. If you read the question, if you understand the question, it's not. She's replying to the question. She's replying in English, not Arabic. I know that might confuse you, but people can be bilingual.
Press the button and wipe off everyone in Gaza, we would.
Go ahead.
What? Press the button. The question was, what should happen to these people? And she says they should be shot. These people being the Israeli soldiers, which are allegedly committing an act of genocide, right? Where they tricked people into thinking they were getting aid and then just started shooting indiscriminately into crowds of Gazans. Zero evidence that happened. The video has actually evidence it didn't happen because, again, no one runs away. But she is responding to that question, taking the word of the person who posted it for granted that's actually what happened.
So I'm just thinking, Bushra, why are you talking in that manner? Not against hijab, not against Islam. We've already thrown them in both under the bus or whatever for that matter. You are not talking about the Palestinian people who in that camera angle are they are fighting over food because they are starving to death. And you happen to make this comment. So Salman, next time a client comes to you or any individual who can make up stories, say things that they've told us, and then we find out the truth. Next time before you jump the gun and humiliate your own self, which you have, because you have brought no evidence. What evidence did you bring? I can make
more than what you just brought. Because what you just brought was a bold-faced lie that took all of 5 seconds to catch you lying on, boy. That was nothing.
Pick up the same evidences against you with Dunya and use ChatGPT or AI. In a matter of 5 minutes, I would have all kinds of messages, your voice recordings, which are generated by AI, in matter of seconds or minutes. So, therefore, we have proven to you that there is no evidence. Not only that, we have shown you a forged, photoshopped message that you yourself admitted the only little key.
Interesting admission there, right? That he knows his buddies know how to manipulate AI to get fake screenshots and make up evidence. And then he says, and then there's this fake screenshot. Gee, maybe that your buddies manipulate. Now, they didn't actually use AI. I can prove they used Photoshop, actually. But that's beside the point, that they made this fake screenshot. And he's saying, yes, they can make fake screenshots. We can make fake screenshots anytime we want. And we totally didn't make this fake screenshot.
Guys, this is not how to make an argument at all. You show actual evidence. You let them, sorry, use the phrase, but you let them hang themselves. I mean, seriously, all I had to do, and anyone can do it, just get a translator, look at what Ali Dawa was claiming was these bunch of people being shot, and he can't even get the story right, let alone understand what the question was that was on the post for her to respond to, which she responded the way that Ali Dawa in this video alone would agree with.
The factor that you missed out, which was what? That it was Bushra herself who made that, and she took it down from her channel. Maybe you asked her to take it down. Did you, Salman? Oh, and before I forget, in that very message, there is a voice note right underneath. Why don't you press play, bro? Why don't...
It's a screenshot, you fucking moron.
It's a screenshot. You can't hit play on a screenshot.
This guy.
You press play because you know very clearly that you admitted it was forged. The question we asked, because we
you can't play on a legitimate screenshot.
The very Christians, enemies of Islam that Bushra went to, and the very Christians that are on your comment sections with David Wood, who insults Islam, that he's got 400 likes, and you don't even have the decency towards Islam to delete.
Does it say who hate me?
Here, I can read it for you. David Wood here. I have no doubt that there are plenty of people in the comment section who hates me, since I regularly criticize Muhammad and the Quran. However, as the son of a mother who was manipulated and abused by men, I respect anyone who stands up to abusers. My mother eventually stood up for herself, and the man who was so upset that he jumped off a bridge and died, apparently so that she would have to feel guilty and never escape the thought of him. This is how far the narcissist abusers are willing to go to maintain complete control over their victims. May God strengthen, protect, and vindicate the victims and expose the liars. So this is the vile comment that Ali Dawa is going to rage for the next 15 minutes about how it should be deleted. This is his main evidence against Salman, just to be clear. This is going to be his main evidence that he didn't delete this comment, except he did. He just hadn't deleted it yet when Ali Dawa took this screenshot, but he deleted it by the time that he had that video that Ali Dawa obviously watched because he put up a portion of it. David, in that video, in fact, almost immediately before the portion that he clipped, talks about how his comment was deleted from behind veils. So it was deleted by the time that Ali Dawa was making this video because David talks about it in a clip that's included in this video, literally minutes before the section that is included in the video.
Well, you see, Thaddeus, the problem with that is he would actually have to be consistent. And he's not that consistent. Now, again, if a Muslim were to come, if Ali Dawa were to make this post on my channel, changing that he doesn't criticize Islam, he criticizes Christianity, yada yada, and switch it and say, hey, I'm just saying that I respect someone who is willing to stand up for people who are persecuted or people that are, being abused, I wouldn't delete it.
Mm-hmm.
There would be no reason to delete it. It's not like David Wood went off some crazy train and just, started slamming Muhammad left and right and talking about pedophilia this or pedophilia that, or he didn't go off on him at all. Mm-hmm. This was a very nice comment.
And I happened to see this comment. So this says 6 hours ago. I believe I saw it even sooner than that. I saw it like an hour or so after it was posted by coincidence. It was posted late at night and then it was deleted the next morning from my understanding of the timeline of this comment. So it was probably deleted the first time that Behind Veils saw the comment. I don't think they should have deleted it. I wouldn't have deleted it from my channel either. In fact, I would have certainly hearted it and possibly pinned it. If a Muslim came to my channel and said, I'm a Muslim, but I support what you're doing, I would be like, that's an awesome comment. And I would encourage that person to continue to look into my content, continue to look into Christianity. But he did delete it, and that's going to be the main charge against him, is that he didn't delete this comment.
But he did delete it. And again, this video is from today, from Ali Dawa. So he deleted it long before Ali Dawa decided, well, before Ali Dawa posted this video.
Yep.
So, oops, I forgot to edit this part out. But unfortunately, it's like a quarter of my video is all built around this. So I can't delete it, even though it's no longer relevant. Now, Francis, welcome. It's been a long time, man. Haven't seen you. He says, imagine being such a retard and people follow him. Yes, we were talking about this beforehand. He is one of the biggest guys, and yet still he gives nothing. There's nothing in the head. Oh, it's good to see you, man.
His message. Who are you working with? And what objectives, what gains do you have out of this? That's the question that I want to ask you, Salman. Yes, you know very clearly, because when we talk to Christians, we point out a single verse of the Bible and say, if this is corrupted, your whole Bible is in a big question. And we ask you the same thing. If this has been forged, what else has been forged? You need to ask.
I've done that with the Quran, and you guys still don't, you're still holding to Islam. You've even admitted that things were forged that were told to you, that you decided to convert to Islam. It was a major point for you, the scientific miracles in the Quran, and you told us that they were all debunked. They're all garbage. And that was one of the major points of you converting to Islam, and you're still a Muslim.
I do want to actually
not being consistent.
I do want to actually say Ali Dawa is sort of right here, however, that if Aisha had forged a text message, that would certainly, it wouldn't completely and totally invalidate everything she said, but it would certainly cast doubt on it. Now, on the other hand, if Muhammad Hijab forged a video and you, Ali Dawa, forged this video, you forged what she said in that public text message there, right? In addition to the screenshot that one of you or one of your buddies forged, for sure, what would that say about your credibility, right? We've shown how you've not even been able to keep your story consistent throughout this video, how you've changed what you said happened multiple times within this own video. Forget your entire career, just within this video, it's clear that you're forging information. So, by that logic, which I agree with, we shouldn't trust you on anything else as well.
Yes, Thomas Hall, I will try to remember to do this. I need to do a short on Ali Dawa asking why he can't play a screenshot.
That's pretty funny for sure.
This is your brilliance. This is the brilliance of Islam. This is what Islam turns you into.
If that's a real screenshot, why doesn't he hit play? It's clearly a forged screenshot because he did hit play.
That question to yourself before jumping the gun, Salman. And if this is the yardstick, if this is the criteria that we are going to use, we are all doomed. All doomed. So is yourself. Because, Salman, you're not just going to get away. We're going to use your standards, bit by bit, one by one, against you. Not in this video. We've got videos coming for you. How? We're going to be listening to Dunya's account.
Wait a minute.
The things
at the 38-minute mark, he said chapter 4. No, not 38. We're at 38 now. At 31-minute mark, he said chapter 4, the lies of Salman, the character of Salman. We're going to reveal your character. Now, 7 minutes later, he's saying, not in this video, we're not going to do that, but we still got 13 more minutes. And as you're going to see, it's going to be mostly about that comment and the character of Aisha, not about him. Because he actually never says anything other than making a couple baseless accusations. So he does at some point make a couple baseless accusations against Salman, but that's it, right? This entire 20-ish minute segment, he says maybe 30 seconds of material against Salman.
Well, not only that, he said he's got more to come, right?
Yeah.
There's more evidence to come. Isn't that what he complained in that Arabic chat? Because we looked at what the Arabic actually said, and he complained that Aisha replied to it, and that was her reply, was that there was more to come, and that was wrong. Now he's saying there's more to come, and it's okay. Man, boy, you're giving me whiplash. I can't keep this straight. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it haram?
Uses you off, and we are going to take her word for it, just to use your standards. And we're going to be seeing in the coming days, when I release those videos and see the stuff that she's accused you of committing zina, there being video footage, that you used to beat her. Yes, you.
Okay, hold on.
Video footage.
Hold on. Video footage of her having zina. That is not YouTube. That violates YouTube terms of service. Do not post it. I am helping you now. Do not post it. I don't want to see it. And anything else you post, if you just fuzz it out, isn't going to prove your point anyway. So just no. Keep that. Just delete that evidence. You don't need that evidence. Now, if you've got recordings of someone claiming that she did, again, that's a claim. That's all.
So this is, he's claiming that Salman, just to be clear, he's claiming that Salman committed zina or illicit sexual activity. And he has video proof of that. I want to know where he got a pornographic video of Salman from, right? Because only two people, theoretically, and this is very much theoretical because we all know that this is just a made up lie. He most certainly does not have any such video. But theoretically, if such a video existed, only a maximum of two people could have a copy of that video, the man and the woman in the video. and so did he get it from Salman or did he get it from Dunya?
No. It is actually him. It's him and Salman. There you go.
Oh, okay.
That's the truth. That's how he got that.
And I know for a fact this was true, that he committed zina, because I was there in the room with him. Hypothetically.
I'm not saying.
I don't know this from experience. This is just what I've heard. I was there in the room with him as he was committing zina.
So cheeky shaky. Good to see you, man. Says Ali Dawa took a computer class. They asked him to open a new window. He said, "Why? It is cold outside." That's got to be the best comment. That is the best comment so far.
No, Jack might have beat that. He just posted 2 Dawa Gandis, 1 grape.
Oh boy. Ali, no, this is what you said. Okay, we're just going with what you said.
We're just putting it out there. We're not making any accusations. We're just putting out there that this is a possibility.
You used to beat her. Again, we're going to use your standards and have her say on it, because I done a video defending you against her. Yes? Little did I know that when I found out the moment you was threatening hijab, when I found out that you was taking these allegations seriously, I thought to myself, where is your evidences? And I was waiting for you to bring the evidences. Until this day, many people are commenting and saying, it's been the first video, the second video, the third video. Where is your evidences, man? Where is it? Otherwise,
I don't know. I'm still waiting for the evidences in this video. We are almost 40 minutes into this thing, and we have seen very little evidence.
Anyone, any shape, form, can make accusations towards anybody. Use AI, whatever, for that matter. So we are still waiting for your so-called evidences, which you do not have none. Unlike yourself, we have shown you evidences, connections. Yes, both internally and externally.
So,
connecting her voice.
Behind Veils has issued 25 pages of text between Muhammad Hijab and Aisha. They have issued about 6 or 7 pages of text between Muhammad Hijab and a member of their team. They have provided her video testimony in full. You have played 5 seconds of a clip out of context of her speaking. You've played a small portion of a video call, which Behind Veils is played in full to prove that it was deceptively edited on your channel. And you've shown about 4 texts in total, not 4 pages of text, 4 texts, whereas they've shown 25 pages of texts. So who exactly has brought no evidence whatsoever? I'll leave that to others to decide. I'm just going to put it out there.
Just put it out there. Just saying.
To the number, her speaking, commented live platforms. We've matched her voice. We've put it through AI. The AI said it's the same person who spoke to on the live stream on Dawa Wise and many other platforms that she's gone on to. We have shown you all the evidences, and we'll show you again. Check these clips.
Wait, this looks familiar.
Well, this clip here, that first part was definitely a clip from the video. This part where they've paused it is actually different because in the first video, they blocked out Moroccan student sister. It only said dint sister. They didn't want you to know that that Muhammad Hijab had labeled Aisha in his phone as student sister. Why? Because if someone is a student sister of you, they're not a stalker.
No.
Ali Dawa messed up. He messed up here and forgot what he was supposed to block out and only blocked out her number instead of the name as well. He screwed up big time because now we can see, according to Hijab's own phone, she was not a stalker. She was a student of his.
Oh, Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab, you guys make this way too easy, man. Come on, we're supposed to actually work for this stuff.
No, I think it's the wrong number that you dialed.
Oh no, it's very enough.
As you can see,
and that's supposed to be proof that it's her number, but that doesn't actually sound anything like her. That's their best proof, right? You got some moron calling up and saying, "Is this Barry?" which isn't even her name, and then the voice doesn't sound like her.
No, doesn't sound like her. Everything's blocked off. We can't see anything. That's not proof of anything. That's proof of nothing.
So you got to call up someone. They call up someone and say, "Is this Barry?" And they're like, "No, I have no idea who Barry is. You got the wrong number." And they're like, "No, this is Barry. I am speaking to Barry." And they're like, "You got the wrong number." And then they hang up on him. And the voice really doesn't sound anything like her. So I have no idea who they called or why they called him or why they said Barry. But that was not Aisha on the other end of the line. And that's the proof that these are really messages from her because they allegedly dialed the same number and got that person on the line. Could they make worse evidence if they tried?
We have no clue because you censored the number itself, which isn't bad to do, mind you. You shouldn't share people's private numbers online. I'm just saying it's not a bad thing that you did. But you can't say that this is proof when you censor the information that would give us proof. And definitely if the individual is saying no.
That we are talking about the same individual and we have given you the evidences. Do you have something like that? If you don't, what is your motivations? Now, the only thing that I can bring it down to, which I see a common factor with you and Bushra, is that you are obsessed. You are obsessed with dunya as Bushra is obsessed with hijab. And that rage has clouded your judgment of being just, so much so that your friend demonstrated this in a voice clip. Let's listen to it.
The only one that I've seen any rage from in this situation is Muhammad Hijab. That's it. I have not seen rage in anyone else. Aladdin, it's not illegal. It's not illegal at all. It is illegal to have a second wife.
Mm-hmm. Well, so he's saying which is wrong, right? Right. So, I mean, it's not illegal, legally speaking, to have a mistress, but which is wrong for a Muslim to have a secret second wife or a Christian to have a mistress? Well, they're both morally wrong. What's your point? Christians have no problem saying a Christian with a mistress is sinning and in violation of the word of God. But you're in here trying to say that this is somehow proof that we're hypocrites. No. You're a hypocrite. You're a disgusting piece of trash in the chat trying to support Muhammad Hijab's abuse of this woman by asking nonsensical questions. You disgust me, you pervert.
Going back on topic after that. No, and on top of that, guess what? According to Ali Dawa, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. We'll say it's morally wrong. Again, if you're asking if it's a sin, according to Christianity, yes, both is a sin. So what? Jesus is our ideal. Never had a second wife. Never had first wife, for that matter. So, okay. Going back to the topic.
For ourselves.
On the other hand, and I need you to also understand this, I'm not going to be quiet. Every single one of us has been burned by religious, powerful figures because of whatever reason. And unfortunately, when people, when they get to that ibtila of a shuhra, becoming famous, unfortunately, the vast majority start to engage in wrong behavior. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He protects you from that. I'm not saying that you did it. I'm just asking questions so that you can help us, so that we can help you at the end. But again, I get it. You don't trust us. You don't know who we are. We could just turn around and basically backstab you and betray you. I understand that, and I would probably be hesitant as well if I was in your situation. So I don't know what else to do. I'm just giving you a lifeline. If you want to have a video chat with me, if you want to get to know me, if you want to just, you know what, maybe that's what it will take for you to feel comfortable with me. Ahlan wa sahlan.
So you heard that for yourself. Every single one.
What we heard for ourselves is people that get absolute power corrupts absolutely. And people who follow a corrupt religion will end up abusing that power. Now, there are Christians that have abused power as well. There has been sexual abuse in Christianity. Absolutely wrong. Condemn that action 100%. Simple.
Mm-hmm.
And people get hurt because of that and leave the church because they blame the church for it, which isn't rightfully done. But this is also wrong. They can both be wrong. And again, it's the same thing. It was not illegal. It was illegal. According to Islam, it's fine. And as far as being wrong, both are wrong. Period. The end. And I can do both. I can answer that pretty easily. I know it's not the answer you wanted, but that's the answer you're going to get.
One of us have been burnt by religious figures. Meaning what? The enemy here is religious figures. Just because you had a bad experience, which you claim, by the way, because right now there's a big question mark on everything that you say. Yes, because you've been burnt, which that means is that basically you are number one from the get-go bias. Because now it's like anybody that comes with a religious figure, you're like, okay, good. I've been burnt by the religious figure.
A lot of people are like that. And it's wrong, but a lot of people are like that in reality.
I don't know if we lost your brother in Christ. I don't know if the audience will still be hearing me or if it's on my end and you lost me. And it just looks like we lost your brother in Christ to me. So I'm checking the YouTube. Yep, it looks like we did lose him very briefly. Oh, good. He's back.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Everything's good. The jinn tried to take me away. Didn't work so well. Well, Allah's still screwed up. Can't do it. Now, say la vie. Let's go ahead and pull this back up. Hopefully I didn't miss too much. I'll rewind a little bit for the context here. I don't know what happened, but hey, we aren't stopping anytime soon.
The enemy here is religious figures. Just because you had a bad experience, which you claim, by the way, because right now there's a big question mark on everything that you say. Yes, because you've been burnt, which that means is that basically you are number one from the get-go bias. Because now it's like anybody that comes with a religious figure, you're like, okay, good, I've been burned by the religious figure. I'm going to take evidences forward, even if I cannot verify them. Okay, and using words like, we have cornered you. What kind, I mean, which Muslim that comes with, we wanted the best and we wanted hijab to come and say his side, speaks like that?
Yeah,
and says,
and what Muslim would say we
Every
cornered
Muslim. Every Muslim would say that. I've had so many
Did you say-
Muslims tell me that.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Did you happen to watch my recent short I put out, Eric?
No, I have not.
Oh, well, definitely check that out, because in that clip, I have Muhammad Hijab telling someone they've been cornered. And then I have Muhammad Hijab saying, what kind of Muslim would use this language? It shows you're not serious about having a conversation. So, and now we got Ali Dawa, right? Now Ali Dawa jumping in and saying the same thing that no serious Muslim says. I hadn't previously looked, but I bet you I can find Ali Dawa saying you're cornered to someone, just like I found Muhammad Hijab saying you're cornered to someone. It's not that hard. They use this kind of language all the time, as you pointed out.
And again, it's not us making the standard. It's you making the standard. Muslims, you are making the standard. Ali Dawa, you are making the standard.
Well, actually, you're wrong. He's not making the standard. He's repeating almost word for word what Muhammad Hijab said. This isn't original thought in his head. He's just repeating what he was told to say. So he actually didn't create the standard. Hijab created the standard because he's like, if we edit this 9.5-minute video message that we have, or not video message, voicemail message that we have of this guy calling me, trying to get some information about the situation, to just the worst part, and we can cut out whatever we want because it's just audio. We can just cut out here and no one even know we made a cut in the audio here and there. Well, if we do that, then we can make him look kind of bad. And this is the worst language we could find, is him saying that you've been cornered. Well, Behind Veils has released the whole call, and he says like numerous times, like, I don't want to go public with this. I'm calling you in desperation, trying to get a hold of you, because if we can't hear from you, we might have to go public with this information, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to ruin your reputation. This woman might be crazy. She might be lying. I just want to hear your side of the story. On and on and on. Very sympathetic and complimentary to Hijab. And they cut out a couple words out of context to say, where he's saying, but if you don't respond, well, we have seen the evidence and it doesn't look good for you. So you might want to respond so we can hear your side of the story. And then they say, see, he wasn't genuine. He wasn't trying to get his side of the story. He was just trying to bully him. What nonsense.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
We have cornered you. That shows malicious intent. That's the reason why the evidence that we bring forth is going to be, well, it's damning already for you. There is a big question mark on you. And not only that, Muhammad Hijab is not the only person you've attacked. You've accused Omar Suleiman of free mixing and flirting with your ex-wife. Again, these were slanderous, because when I spoke to Omar Suleiman, he took an oath by Allah, and I spoke to you. And I'm not going to do what you've done, because I sent you a private message, which, not that I have a problem you mentioned in public. I had nothing to hide. I'm happy that you did. But the point here is the principle. You go and read a private message.
Do you happen to know what that private message that Salman mentioned in public? Because Ali Dawa is not going to tell you what that message is. But Ali Dawa is admitting that he sent that message, and it was mentioned in a recent Behind Veils video. Do you know what that message was?
I do not know what that message is.
That was Ali Dawa messaging him saying, hey, Muhammad and Hijab and I have gotten together 3 reliable witnesses who are willing to falsely testify against you. So you with made up evidence. So you better not go public. You better delete that video. So it's already gone public. But you better delete that video, or else we're gonna fake charges against you and ruin your life. That was the private message that he sent that was released.
So, real quick, it's already been proved, bud. Just look at the evidence. And no, I didn't insult you. You need to.
I did.
Get your act together. Thaddeus did. I didn't. So you need to get your act together, bud. Come on. Pull your britches up. Try to be a little better. That's all I'm asking.
Do you remember you sent me a few messages about your ex, Dunya, yeah? And you said to me, please, like that, I entrust you with this. I do not break that trust. If I want, which I hate what you've done for the sake of Allah by aiding the enemies of Islam with no evidence with this Sister Bushra that you have not even met in your life. Yes?
Wait. How could he aid the enemies of Islam with evidence? I thought they had no evidence and had not released any evidence.
I think he said without evidence, but how?
Oh, maybe
how would that aid?
But how would that aid us? How can he aid us without evidence?
That'd almost be like he would be trying to deceive the enemies of Islam, like the greatest of all deceivers.
I'm not going to do the same and reveal those messages because I gave you my word. I'm not going to allow that to go against a principle that I try to live by. I could easily come and say, hold on a second, should I mention this and this and this that you've mentioned to me in private messages? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to fall for it because
you're not going to do that. I wonder why you're not going to mention what he said in private messages. Probably because you got nothing. But if you say, I'm not going to mention that when you said this and you said that, you said all these nasty things and admitted all your sins in private, but I'm not going to disclose that publicly. He's trying to make it look like he has dirt when he has nothing. That's what he's trying to do.
If you have evidence, you show it. You have had no issue with posting screenshots of comments and of text messages beforehand. Why would these be any different? The answer is they wouldn't be.
Oh, because they're allegedly him admitting to sins and confiding in Ali Dawa as he's trying to repent of those sins or something along those lines.
He's got nothing.
You made it public. It shows what kind of you have no integrity. Not only that, number two, Mohammed Tarawna clearly told you, do not mention his name. You disregarded it. What kind of a man are you? If somebody
wait a second. When did Behind Veils mention Sheikh Tarani's name? Was that before or after Not Hijab posted a video of a voice note and said this is from Sheikh Tarani? Oh, that'd be after. So Not Hijab can post a video with Sheikh Tarani's name in it. Him saying not denying anything, just saying I don't want to take sides, I don't want to be a part of this, portraying it as him totally exonerating Hijab and saying, oh, Hijab, you are so innocent of this matter. And then when Behind Veil says that message of Sheikh Tarani was not accurate, well then shame on you for saying Sheikh Tarani's name. You told him you wouldn't bring his name into this. What a fucking disgusting dirtbag.
Now, again, I don't remember Aisha giving him permission to use her personal name that was given to him in private. But this entire time, he has been using personal information that was given in private. But now, all of a sudden, anything more that would be too far. That'd be too much. I just couldn't possibly reveal these pieces of paper that are sitting right here on my desk. They're right there. Believe me, they're right there.
Listen, whatever he said, which he was duped into as well, which after you heard the recording, which he clearly said that he was duped into it, just like I did, and I believe you was. But you brought this to public and made this whole fiasco and this whole scandal that the enemies of Islam are using to insult the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Okay, why? Because a deluded woman who wants revenge at any cost, that she will curse the cells of the children and work with Satan and the most evil people, so much so that she makes bizarre, weird comments against Palestinians being blown into pieces, which I find bizarre.
Again, that he's making the claim again about him obviously not understanding Arabic, which now it really makes me question if he even knows Arabic at all. Because he's making this claim again, and if he knew what that actually said, he wouldn't be so incredibly stupid. But again, this is Islam.
You are in hand with her because, look, you might say, I'm not. She's holding the hand of Shaitan, and you are holding her hand. You are complicit in it as much as she is, and you brought this to the public. So you're going to pay the price. And this is not a threat. This is just us telling you, Salman, the ex of Dunya, that we are going to use your standards against you, and we are going to hear the story of Dunya, and we're going to bring it to the public. And is this true or not? Here's the story of Dunya, and here is what she accuses her ex-husband Salman of. And let's see how you like that. The same standards here, brother. The same standards. An eye for an eye, because you came with lies and accusations.
I thought Muslims weren't supposed to do the whole eye for an eye thing. That's a Jewish thing. And Jew, Muslim, Zionist. At this point, they're all mixed in. I don't think Ali Dawa realizes what he's saying anymore because he's just rambling at this point.
At least you yourself tell us that Dunya made these accusations against you.
Dunya is concerned due to the fact Salman has been showing up at her venues and causing disturbances. This is another egregious lie, as I never showed up to any of her venues or caused any disturbances. As with the growing list of lies, this is another claim rooted in lies, which she cannot provide any evidence for, nor furnish any witnesses. Bring forth your proofs of adultery in our marriage. After all, you told your friend Nahila that I was caught on camera. Go ahead.
So in other words, yes, he's claiming he has got porn on his computer of another Muslim.
Wait a minute here. I thought Ali Dawa said that he got this information from Dunya, but then for proof, he plays Salman's video. It's almost like he's just repeating what Salman already said on the public record and saying there's all these accusations against you out there. When you said that someone made this accusation, or Dunya made this accusation against me, and it's not true, well, that was you admitting that, or that's a secret allegation that's out there that you don't want anyone to know about, is what Ali Dawa is saying. He's saying, Dunya's come to me with all this evidence, and then his proof is playing Salman's own video. Does he think we're that stupid?
Yes, he does. Honestly speaking, I think he actually does. I don't think he can. He thinks we can read or note down or be able to translate anything and be able to fact check him in any way, shape, or form. He's expecting just to steamroll everything. That's what's going on.
Release it to the public.
Yet, in Hijab's case, he has inexplicably lowered the evidentiary standard, repeating at least twice in his message that her word is her evidence.
Bring forth your proofs of physical violence.
So for some reason, there Ali Dawa didn't even bother to repeat Hijab's line in his own voice. He just played the clip, right? These clips don't go together. Ali Dawa edited that clip in there. That clip's not part of this video he's playing. He edited that in instead of saying it in his own words that he has double standards and he's not holding Hijab to the same standard. All he's saying is, Dunya, you're making these accusations against me. Bring them public. Well, because she was just telling her friends, right? She was telling her friends and gossiping behind his back and this and that, right? Bring it public. Now, in the case of Hijab, Aisha is making these accusations behind closed doors. What does he say to do? Bring it public. Where's the hypocrisy exactly?
Nowhere. Yes, you see, that is, you're being too harsh on poor Ali Dawa. You see, this is 46 minutes into Ali Dawa's own video, and considering that there have probably been so many reshoots, and there are definitely a lot of cuts. So, obviously, Ali Dawa has been working on this so hard. Why are you being so critical that he forgot a little bit of Muhammad Hijab's script that he was given? And he has to, instead of recording it again, he has to make sure that Ali Dawa actually says it. So he just plays that part. And again, that's not Ali Dawa. So obviously, that's also not Ali Dawa. So it's not Muhammad Hijab either.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so nope, can't possibly re-record one couple sentences. Can't possibly do that. No, it's way too much work at this point. He's just trying to get out of this video at this point.
Bring forth your proofs of your ex-sister-in-law trying to run you over in the parking lot on 3 different occasions. Bring forth your proofs, and if you cannot, By Allah, may you always be known as a wicked and vicious liar.
And the last thing that I'll leave with you guys, brothers and sisters, is Salman's video recordings of him saying and telling us the accusations that Dunya accuses him of, and how passionately and aggressively and how emotionally he's touched by these accusations. Yet he does the same to Omar Suleiman, Mohammed Hijab, and even people who are much older than him, such as Yasser Birjas. This man, as you can see, is throwing these accusations left, right, center. And do you think it's going to stop Mohammed Hijab? No, it's not. His rage.
So here we go. It's all about his rage, and this is going to be his line. Die in your rage. But yet, again, not... He's saying, bring these... He literally played the guy saying, bring this evidence. Show it. And if Ali Dawa was saying, I have the evidence, the guy is literally giving you the permission to show the evidence. Show us the evidence.
That he has for his ex-wife has blinded his justice. Hear it for yourself.
Bring forth your proofs, and if you cannot, by Allah, may you always be known as a wicked and vicious liar.
That sounds so angry. He sounds like he is seething with rage.
Amongst the people on this earth and
Well,
amongst the angels.
Let's see what those accusations were, though, right? What was the accusations that he wants proof for? One was that he committed adultery, which is punishable by death in Islam, and that there was video proof of that. Two was that his sister, right, so her sister-in-law is his sister, tried to run her over with her car multiple times. So in other words, attempted murder 3 times. Yeah, I think that if you're going to say that someone is committing multiple crimes that are worthy of the death penalty, either in Islam or under U.S. law, right? Because under U.S. law, you certainly can get the death penalty for murdering someone. Then I think you should probably bring that evidence and not just gossip behind someone's back. Well, what about this case? She accused Mohammed Hijab of tricking her into signing a contract that wasn't what they had agreed to, which is not a penalty, is not something worthy of the death penalty in Islam or outside of it. But she has brought the evidence publicly. And what do they say whenever she brings the evidence? That doesn't count. That could be fake. AI, whatever. Elon Musk, give me some more grapes. Thank you, master. Yeah, so what exactly do you want, right? No matter what they bring forward, you're just going to say, this is fake. There is no evidence. That's literal. I can guarantee no matter what Behind Veils releases over the next week or weeks, you're going to get, I bet you're going to get audio recordings of hijab. You might even get a video recording of them. And they're just going to say, that's fake. They've released no evidence whatsoever. Why not? Meanwhile, they'll take a 5-second clip, edit it out of context, and say this is 100% proof that you can't trust her.
Absolutely. And don't just take our word on it. Test us over the next week, 2 weeks, whenever these videos come out. Test us on what their replies are when they bring more evidence, and see if we are correct about this and how they will respond.
Until you repent, until you issue a public apology to myself.
Wait, there was an until in there.
Yeah, there's an until in there, almost as if he's giving like.
In his extreme rage, in his extreme rage, he said calmly, "May Allah curse you until you repent." Wow, man, this guy is just off the wall crazy.
He's seething with anger. Can you not tell it within his eyes? The rage is overflowing. I have goosebumps because of his passion in this video.
My wife, to my family, and to all the people you have slandered and harmed.
And you heard that.
Stunning.
For yourself, guys. Lastly.
Yeah, I heard it for myself. You sound more angry right now than he sounded in that video.
Yes, all y'all would sound more angry this entire time than he did in the
And Ali Dawa is
That
not
was the most-
particularly angry.
That was the most like peaceful sort of statement you can imagine.
It was almost like, let me gently tuck you into bed as you fall asleep. I hope that you'll repent of your many sins against me, where you accused me of vile crimes. But if you don't, I'll leave it up to Allah what to do with you. That seething anger, right?
The seething anger, but he's getting up to something. He wants to do something.
Go to his comment sections. Majority of the people are enemies of Islam, Christians. Now to the Christians out there, just as a little message for you guys.
Whoa, what did you just say?
He's got a message for us Christians. I think he's going to say
before that.
Oh,
What
the
about
majority of the comments. Yeah, majority of the comments on the videos, which he said earlier, but the majority of the comments on Behind Veils are Christians. I'm not actually sure that's true. There are certainly a lot. I'm not sure it's majority. There are three types of comments on the video. There's Christians being very supportive. There are some Muslims who are concerned and being supportive of the truth. Well, I guess there's four kinds, because there's also some Muslims who are like, I don't know what to think about this. I hope you bring more evidence. And then there's some Muslims who go on there and say, why are you working for Mossad? Why are you working with the Kafar? Ali Dawa released a video proving that you're a moron and a lying piece of crap. So you, brother, are going to burn in hell for all of eternity for releasing this video. So there's three kinds, right? There's some that are supportive, some that are on the fence, and some that are seething rage bots sent by Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa. And then there's some Christians. So I don't know what the majority is. There are a good number of Christian comments because why? Christians care. They care about hurt individuals, right? They care about vulnerable individuals. They care about victims. I actually don't believe this is any reason why someone should leave Islam, right? Because Muhammad Hijab is a disgusting piece of shit doesn't mean someone should leave Islam. But it does mean that there's something wrong with the Dawa scene when they don't seem to care. None of them care. They're all supporting him. Why? Because he's top dog. They want some crumbs to come off his plate and fall into their mouths. And so they're going to be nice to him. If it's, 5 years from now when Muhammad Hijab has been thrown under the bus for one reason or another and is no longer relevant, maybe they will all condemn him. But right now, they all want his followers. They want his support. They want his help. Do they care about Islam? Do they care about the deen? Maybe a tiny bit. But mostly, they just want to stay on Hijab's favor because he is powerful right now.
Yep. And as soon as he's not, he will be thrown under the bus as quick as possible. Actually, that wasn't what I was referring to. Let me play for a little bit.
Majority of the people are enemies of Islam, Christians.
Enemies of Islam. Who are the enemies of Islam? Christians.
Mm-hmm.
Not the small portion of the Christians are enemies of Islam are Christians. That's a clip worthy right there. Mm-hmm. Definitely with all his other comments about let's be friends, let's be friends, let's be friends. You put it with that. That's fire.
Now to the Christians out there, just as a little message for you guys.
I can't wait.
False, true, not true, whatever for that matter, can take away from the problem of the Trinity.
What?
Look, I just want to make this clear to you guys. Okay?
What? Trinity?
Now.
I thought he was going to say no problem, scandal, no matter what, can take away from the truth of Islam. And that would be a true, well, I mean, Islam's not true, but that would be a reasonable, logical thing to say. But no, he can't even say that, right? He can't even say that this scandal doesn't affect the truth of Islam. He has to go to the Trinity. This is what the confidence of Muslims is based on, not anything in Islam, right? This is the first thing that comes across his mind. This scandal against Muhammad Hijab, it is not going to solve the Trinity for you. Not that there's anything to solve. It's perfectly logical to anyone with an IQ above Ali Dawa, which is probably every person on the planet. I'm just putting that out there. I'm not making any accusations. But he can't even say this won't affect the truth of Islam. He says this won't affect the falsity of the Trinity. What a freaking loser.
And this is supposed to be like a mic drop, right? Christians, get close. I got a secret to tell you. It's not going to stop the issue of the Trinity. What? This video has absolutely nothing to do with Christianity at all. You're not talking about, again, just like that he's pointing out, you're not talking about the strength of Islam or these, even though Muhammad or Aisha might have had a spat, that doesn't change the truth of Islam. And even if Muhammad Hijab was wrong, it will not affect the Ummah. It will not affect the truth of Islam. It will last forever. If he was to say that, that would be a good statement.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that about a Christian pastor or a Christian leader who has fallen into sin, saying they need to repent.
Mm-hmm.
And this doesn't change the truth of Christianity. It doesn't impact it because our ideal is not who the pastor is. He doesn't define Christianity. He's not who we are to measure against. It is Christ himself that we are to measure against. He is the code of conduct. He is who we want to be like. We want to be Christ-like.
Mm-hmm.
But
and actually, your brother in Christ, this isn't even theoretical. We have real world proof of this. As I'm sure the Christians will remember, a couple years ago, Ravi Zacharias died, and it emerged that he had been taking advantage of women sexually during his lifetime. And many Muslims made videos about this, right? They made videos about how this is how all Christian pastors act, blah, blah, blah. Now, something did happen that was very different than this situation. Christians also made videos about this, most being very critical of Ravi Zacharias, some even going so far to say that I cannot imagine how he could have possibly been a Christian and doing this behavior, saying that I don't think he was ever a true believer as a result of the scandal that emerged after he died. I did not see one Christian make a video. Well, it doesn't matter what about the scandal of Ravi Zacharias. This will never affect the fact that Muslims have a huge problem with the preservation of the Quran, or that Muslims have a huge problem with the immoral activity of Muhammad, who's supposed to be the perfect example, or that there are multiple logical contradictions in the Quran, or that the Quran contradicts itself in numerous places, or that the Quran is so incoherent that no Muslim can understand what it means without a commentary, or that the majority of Islamic doctrine is based not on the teachings of the Quran, the supposed word of God, but on the teachings of Muhammad. In fact, you can't even find the 5 pillars of Islam in the Quran, and therefore all these things and many more, which I could go on naming, but I think I've made my point. For all these reasons, the scandal of Ravi Zacharias doesn't matter. No one ever said that, ever. And yet, here we are. He breaks his silence. He had all this time to think about it. He's trying to decide how he's going to respond to this scandal, to this crisis. And what is his best response? Mic drop moment. Christians. The Trinity doesn't make sense.
Oh boy, that would make it makes just as much consistent sense with this video as if he was just to start talking about different climates of fishing and how the issue with fishing is that sometimes you get your line tangled around something and gotta make sure you get out. That would make just as much sense as his jumping to all of a sudden the Trinity.
And by the way,
got nothing to do with this.
To all the flat earth believers in my audience.
Because you guys cannot deal with the Trinity argument and people are leaving Islam. There's a new Pew research that shows that people are leaving Christianity.
Wait. Did he just, I think he just made the slip and he didn't even edit it out. He spoke the truth again that people are leaving Islam and we're leaving Christianity.
Well, I think he's trying to say, yeah, he doesn't deny it, right? He's like, you guys are all excited about how people are leaving Islam. But new research, I don't know what he means by new research. Pew's been saying this for decades. But new research says that people are leaving Christianity in the United States and in Europe. Yeah, we know that. So, right? The truth of Christianity doesn't depend on numbers. So what is your point exactly? Meanwhile, globally, Christianity is on the rise because it's growing faster in Africa and faster in Asia than it's shrinking in the white world. I say, alhamdulillah, right? This is awesome. This is great. I don't give a crap if no white person believes in Christianity. I care about souls, not skin color. But you Muslims are so obsessed with white people that you're like, oh, look, some white person pretended to convert to Islam. Let's shower them with millions of dollars because this shows that we're not inferior to the white people. After all, a few white people pretend to be Muslims.
Exactly. And it doesn't, even if there are some that are leaving Christianity, that does not change the reality of truth. It doesn't change it. Jesus is still the way, the truth, and the life, no matter if everyone else said it was wrong. I know it is true. So no, you can't just rely on that. Because by that same logic, the avalanche of apostasy would mean that Islam is failing, that it's wrong. Again, by your logic, I'd say it's wrong for many other reasons.
Yeah, but not by that logic.
It's a symptom of what is really corrupt within Islam and really an issue that you guys don't want to deal with, that you guys do not deal with. But I'm
just going to quote. I'm just going to quote multiple Islamic scholars on this. If Islam did not have the death penalty for apostasy, it would have ceased to exist many years ago. That's what multiple Muslim scholars have said in their attempts to defend the death penalty for apostasy.
Well, on top of that, you could see that just even right after the death of Muhammad, you had immediately people saying, screw this. We're not going to do this. Forget this. We're leaving. And who is it? Oh, Abu Bakr had to go to war against them. Raise a sword against former Muslims immediately afterwards and apply the death penalty to them. Okay.
In the millions. Okay. So I want to tell you guys, don't think that this is a bullet against Islam for that matter. It isn't. So what I'm going to say is,
for that matter. Notice his points. His points were, this doesn't affect the Trinity. People are leaving Christianity. Oh, and by the way, Islam is shows you their priorities, right? Priority number 1, lies about Christianity. Priority number 2, numbers. Priority number 3, Islam.
Guys, this just shows the underlying mentality here. It's not, he is not sure in his own belief. As if he was sure in his own religion, that would have been his first go-to. And again, I'm not saying that this is a bullet against Islam. This is a perfect example. I'm saying, hey, look at this guy. He was lying to you this entire time. He's a bit of a scumbag. Maybe you should take what he was saying with a grain of salt. And I would say that about Christians too, who are corrupt.
Oh, yeah.
You might want to take it with a grain of salt.
Absolutely. But the truth of the religion doesn't depend on whether hijab is a disgusting dirtbag or not. I fully admit that that is the case. That's not why I'm doing this, right? I'm taking time away from attacking the truth of it, or lack thereof, of Islam to talk about this issue. Why? Because Muslim leaders won't do it, right? You guys won't do it. And Aisha deserves justice. She is a human being created in the image of God, dearly loved by God, and she deserves to be treated fairly, and you guys won't do it. You'll just make up these nonsensical videos designed by morons for the purpose of pacifying morons who don't want to face the reality of the situation.
Yep. That'd be the sum total of why.
Because not only that, these comments that have been everywhere, you can see it. Majority of them are from Christians.
I agree.
And not only that, what I find bizarre is that Salman doesn't even have the audacity, the respect to Islam. David Wood, the absolute crackhead, who's talking about his mom.
Crackhead! Oh no, he doesn't deserve to have a job. He must be fired because
David Wood is an absolute crackhead, says Ali Dawa. Headline in the Columbus Dispatch tomorrow, I'm sure.
And his comment is there with 400 likes. Salman, who responds to many people, by the way, yeah? When people say something he doesn't like, no, I've got evidence and it's going to be damning, etc., etc. For some odd reason, leaves the comment of the biggest enemy of Islam. It's like Abu Jahl leaves a comment and he leaves that there and doesn't delete it. He responds to everyone else. Muslims who are questioning and saying, well, where's your evidence?
He did delete it before you're even speaking about this. But it's interesting that you're encouraging Muslims to delete Christian comments. Thaddeus, have you ever been accused by a Muslim of deleting their comments?
Oh, yeah. Constantly. Usually, I mean, I'm not saying I've never deleted comments. I delete them when they're particularly vile. But for the most part, I never delete comments. YouTube sometimes deletes comments, especially ones that are threats. They're pretty good. They didn't used to be, but now they're pretty good at detecting threats. So they'll delete things that look like threats. And then the Muslims will be like, why are you blocking my comments, you coward? And I won't have seen a single message for them other than that one.
Yep, exactly. But yet, Ali Dawa was encouraging every Muslim to delete all the Christian comments. You can
and saying actually, not just encouraging, saying that they are a vile, untrustworthy, sinful person if they don't delete David Wood's comment fast enough. They don't delete Christian comments fast enough from the video. Of course, I already showed, well, I guess I didn't technically show, but I already talked about how Ali Dawa, if he actually watched that video of David Wood and wasn't just spoon-fed the 30 seconds he was supposed to play, would know that David Wood's comment was deleted. Or he could just see for himself by going to the video and seeing it's no longer there. But you know what he's going to do? He's going to say that they deleted it because of my video, which is 100% false. It was deleted days ago. It was deleted within the first 24 hours, probably within the first 12 hours of it being posted, probably the first time Solomon saw it. It's not like he's on YouTube 24/7 reading every comment the exact second it comes in.
But you see, according to Ali Dawa, he definitely should be. He definitely should be.
Where's the evidence? Your question says, no, I've got something coming. It's not been coming. Yes, like Father Christmas. When's it coming? But
he's accusing the guy of saying that there's something coming, but hasn't actually produced anything. That has been this entire video.
What number of fingers am I holding up? 4. That's how many videos the Behind Veils channel has released. How many videos has Hijab released officially? 0. How many videos has Ali Dawa released? 1. How much evidence was shown in those Behind Veils videos? I'd say of the total time in those videos, probably about 80% was evidence. How much time evidence has not Hijab and Ali Dawa shown? In the 12, 13 minute, whatever not hijab video was, there was about minute, maybe 2 minutes of evidence in it, I would suggest. And in this 51-minute video of Ali Dawa, there's probably about 2 minutes of evidence that wasn't already in the first video. So, you know, he repeated the actual evidence from the first video, which was about 2 minutes, and then added about 2 minutes of other evidence. If we can even call like a screenshot showing that David Wood made a comment on the video as evidence in the first place. This is the 4th or so time he's talked about David Wood's comment, as if that's some important thing that David Wood left a comment on the video, right? It has nothing to do with anything.
You see, Thaddeus. The issue is David Wood didn't leave a comment on Ali Dawa's video. If he left a comment on Ali Dawa's video, then everything would be fine. You see, Ali Dawa is not the center of attention. So... he's not happy.
Ali Dawa, if you want some attention, you go ahead and leave a comment on one of my videos. You can write whatever you want in that comment. And I'm going to pin it as the lead comment on that video. Because obviously, if a Christian doesn't delete Muslim comments, that means that they are not a sincere Christian. So I'm giving you the opportunity to destroy my ministry, right? You can post whatever you want on any of my videos, and assuming I see it, because I don't necessarily see every single comment, believe it or not, I'm sure you actually know this since you're a YouTuber. YouTubers don't necessarily see every comment left on their videos, but assuming I see it, I will pin that comment. And then you could say, see, Thaddeus is not a serious critic of Islam. He's even, Muslims like me support him, and he doesn't care.
So there you go. And I know Ali Dawa knows about this stream because he pays attention to every comment that's left. And guess what? I added him in the description of this video. So he has the
That's
option
way easier to see.
comment. Oh, yeah.
As a YouTuber, I know that's way easier to see than merely a comment on the video, because you get hundreds of comments, but you might only get tagged a few times a week. Even someone like David Wood or Ali Dawa probably only gets tagged a couple dozen times a week. If he's looking, he will see that.
So, yeah, there you go. Ali Dawa, that was very easy for you. You can leave a comment on any of Thaddeus's videos. And there you go. You get pinned to the top. Congratulations. So,
when David Wood and the enemies of Islam comment, they don't even delete it. Muslim mom who done a video, may Allah bless her, she want to do her own video, no problem. This little,
hold on.
He seems to disapprove of that.
I think he wanted to do a video with her, and she said she wanted to do her own, and he got a little butthurt again. Man, Ali Dawa is
I don't know
easy.
who Muslim mom is. To be perfectly honest, I don't know who that is. But if she has a substantial audience, I'm sure that Ali Dawa wanted to do a video with her. If she didn't have a substantial audience, they might just be upset from the mere fact that a woman responded, and this is a man's matter.
Well, Ali Dawa
he's like,
has
no problem,
done
no
things with
problem.
her before. So Ali Dawa has done things with her before, videos with her before, on her channel.
Okay, so he's butthurt about this then. Yep.
Yeah, he's butthurt that he didn't get an invite to it and had to do his own video where he wanted to be on her channel doing it with her. And yeah, she's a small Muslim channel. That's what she is. It's not even very big. But,
yeah,
yep.
I just looked it up. 87,000 subscribers. I wouldn't actually call that small. I mean, small compared to Ali Dawa, sure, but
comparing to
I
Ali
wouldn't really
Dawa,
call that a small channel. Yeah. Absolutely. But if he's done videos with her before, then he just is butthurt that she got this out faster than him and generated some views that he wanted for himself.
Yep. She got to it first, and that, you shouldn't do that to Ali Dawa because he needs to be the first guy. He's got to be the big guy on there, and he's definitely not upset about it at all.
midget, this intellectual midget, what's his name? Samir.
Oh, she has a link to it.
That, yeah. Okay. That little
Free
midget,
Muslim Fellowship Telegram group. I should join.
Looking for you can Google. Yeah, that
Sorry,
flipping
that was
clown.
stupid.
He
I
made a
shouldn't
comment. The sister, we informed they deleted it immediately. Salman, the enemies of Islam are commenting and making up lies, and you are leaving them there. You are as bad as Bushra.
Wait. So it's not just hypothetical? He deletes comments from his own videos and he's proud of that?
Yes, he's proud. Of course he is proud of it. That's his catchphrase at this point. He's always. And we're
proud of that, yeah?
So, but nothing, he just said the enemies of Islam are lying.
How stupid.
Nothing in that comment that was bad against Islam. In fact, if anything, it was saying that Ali Dawa was right about, David Wood being critical of Islam. That was the only reference in that comment to Islam at all from David Wood. It's not attacking Islam. I don't.
Yeah,
did Ali
and
Dawa
acknowledge
even
that
read the
people
comment?
don't like him.
Yeah, did Ali Dawa even
Nah.
read the comment itself?
He saw the name David Wood and he was triggered.
I guess so.
He was just triggered. But I mean, listen to what he just admitted, right? I constantly watch my videos, and when a Christian comments, I delete that comment so fast. What is he telling his audience? That he's afraid of people? Yeah. You know why I don't normally delete Muslim comments? Because they expose themselves for being stupid morons.
No, that's some of the best
they
conversations
come here and
we get in the
they're like, oh. They come to the video, I'm like, you've been refuted and you've been destroyed by Saif Talks. And I'm like, okay, what was his best argument? And then they can't come up with anything, right? They literally can't even repeat his argument because they have no idea. They either didn't watch it or they couldn't understand his point because he was so incoherent. And yet they come to the section to say I've been destroyed because he mentioned my name, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm still waiting for part 2. I'm still waiting.
He said inshallah, so I guess Allah doesn't will it. He did say inshallah.
Yeah.
He said, soon I will expose the rest of his 100 reasons. He did 7. I get Muslim comments to this day, at least 1 or 2 a week, saying, Saif has refuted all 100 of your points.
If you look
Why
at
are you afraid of debating Saif?
What it looks like.
I made a video challenging Saif to a public debate. Published it on my channel. Went on David's live stream. Gave Saif the link to join us on that live stream. Did he ever show up? No. Did he ever comment on it? No. Did he respond? No. But I know for 100% certain that he saw it because several people, myself included, went to his channel, posted comments saying that he should debate me or he should go on David Wood or whatever. And he replied to some of them saying, why would I do that? So he knows the challenge exists. I have 100% proof that he knows it exists because he replied to comments about it and said, why would I do that? I don't know. Maybe because the description of your channel says, I am all about open dialogue and debate with non-Muslims. He has not talked to one non-Muslim in his entire time of doing the channel. Yeah, you're really open to dialogue and debate with non-Muslims there, Saif.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to leave it there, inshallah, brothers and sisters. We have provided you all evidences, first-hand accounts of myself and my wife.
I don't think you know what evidences is. Because, yeah, you gave me first-hand accounts. By you say so. That's it. That's all you've given me. You have not given any real evidence at all that we haven't already seen by other sources.
Well, he gave 100% proof that David Wood posted a comment on Behind Veils.
An extremely public one.
I trusted you. I treated you like my own sister, and I took on your word. And you lied and deceived
nonsense.
Yourself. You lied and
you
deceived
lying piece of crap. You did not treat her like your own sister. Well, I actually shouldn't say that. Maybe he did. Maybe he treats his sisters that poorly.
He admitted, I think he admitted that he doesn't have a sister at the beginning.
Oh, right, he did.
How could he treat someone like his own sister?
Oh, my goodness. He treated her like she doesn't exist. That's what he did. He treated her like she doesn't exist.
Well, he's being honest. He's actually being honest for once. He's telling the truth.
I forgot because he's like, my loyalty is to no one except Allah. It's not to my dad. It's not to my mother. It's not to my sister. I don't have a sister. It's not to my, but he never said hijab, by the way. He never said da'is. He never said sheikhs that his loyalty isn't to, because of course that is where his loyalty is. His loyalty is to hijab, right? That's number one. I'm almost certain that's number one on his list because let's be honest here. Hijab did make Ali Dawa. Ali Dawa had like no subscribers when like literally none. He might not have even started the channel for all I know, but he definitely, no one knew who he was when Hijab started to grow on the scene, right? When he went from 100,000 to 200, 300, 400,000. At that time, Ali Dawa had like maybe 5,000 subscribers, but Hijab's #1 guy, and Hijab kept recommending him. And now they're at the same level. They both have about 1.3 million subscribers. But he owes all of that to Hijab. He would have never broken onto the Dawa scene without him. So, of course, that's where his #1 loyalty lies. And then he probably has loyalty to other Dawa people. He probably has loyalty to people on his team. He probably has loyalty to top sheikhs in the UK and whatnot. But he doesn't have any loyalty to his dad, to his mom, his non-existent sister. And I think he said his wife as well. I think he said he didn't have any loyalty to his wife. But he never said his friends, right? Which is very strange, for sure.
I think he said nobody, though.
He did say nobody. But then he specified, right? He specified who we might think that he has loyalty to that he doesn't have loyalty. And for some reason, even though he's talking about Muhammad Hijab, he doesn't say Muhammad Hijab or my friends or anything else that could include Muhammad Hijab. Odd.
Very odd.
And you have now, I don't know if you've deceived Salman. Looks like he's on board with you with shaking hands with Shaitan. But for that matter, brothers and sisters, all I'm going to say is inshallah. And one thing that I was going to miss, the mubahala, just to touch upon that, inshallah. Brothers and sisters, we've got a woman, which I've given you a track record of the very bizarre things she's saying, and there seems to be a psychological issue. There has to be. Is asking Muhammad Hijab, a 6'6" guy, to come and do mubahala with her. Now, when you do mubahala, this is something that is directed to the Christians in the Quran. So
liar.
She's asking that Muhammad Hijab and his family and kids, that she wants their cells to be cancered or whatever. And
so
he's
claiming. So he's going to try to claim that mubahala is not supposed to be between Muslims. It's supposed to be between Muslims and non-Muslims. Well, what happened when you yourself challenged AP to mubahala, and he tried to accept? You said no. This is supposed to be between Muslims only. Yep. I was trying to. It doesn't mean anything to you. Of course you'll take the curses. You don't believe in Allah. This is only for people who believe in Allah. So he sets this trap thinking that AP will say no, say this is stupid. Why would I pray to your non-existent God? And then AP agrees to do it. And then he's trapped and then says, no, never mind. This is between Muslims only. But now he's here claiming that this is supposed to be between Muslims and non-believers, which is a lie. And he also didn't know when he recorded this that Behind Veils would release a clip of Muhammad Hijab challenging them to mubahala. So apparently, right, Muhammad Hijab doesn't understand what it's for now.
Now, you see, the problem is Muhammad Hijab forgot to update Ali Dawa's script.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to keep that script, man. Got to keep that updated for your slaves, man. Yeah, keep it updated, or your slaves are going to go off the cuff and then end up making stupid comments and making you look like an idiot. Muhammad Hijab, man, you gotta step up.
With her daughter, I've seen a little daughter, and she wants Hijab to invoke a curse on a single mother, yes, and a 6 or 7-year-old girl.
That's not how it works, buddy. I don't know what that's not how it works. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? You know that's not how it works.
Curse another
you bring curses on yourself if you are lying. You don't wish curses on the other person. Why are you lying about this sacred Islamic practice? You say, I testify to Allah that I am telling the truth, and if I am not, may he bring curses upon me. So don't say he wouldn't bring curses on this poor single mother with her little daughter, blah, 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 blah. Because that's not what he would be doing. He'd be bringing curses upon himself if he were to take the oath. And if she chose to bring curses on herself, if she was lying, that would be on her, not him.
Yep. But consistency is not his strong suit. Let's just say that.
Mother with her daughter. On what camera? Should we do it on camera at some After Effects? Or I don't understand. It's very, very bizarre. So that's why we do
After Effects.
This claim very seriously.
After Effects. Why'd you mention After Effects?
Well, you gotta make it look good. I mean, Allah's not actually going to do anything, so you gotta make it look good. You gotta get the sparkles. You gotta get the puff of smoke. You gotta get the floating demons in there to torment them or whatever the curse is. You gotta do some special CGI effects. Oh man. You think this stuff happens normally? Or that there's actually any power behind it?
Yeah, that's so weird, right? What do you say? What should we do? Put out a video? Add After Effects. He's mocking it, right? He's mocking the idea of two Muslims getting up there and challenging one another to a truth-telling contest.
Yep.
Things like that. I will not take anything she says seriously from this moment onward. That's all we need to say, inshallah, brothers and sisters. And this matter
No,
comes
that's
to an
not
end,
all you need to
and
say.
we will, inshallah,
Because
continue our
even
work.
if you wouldn't
And
take
those behind the scenes
her
will
taking
come
Allah's
together with-
curses seriously, surely you'd at least take Muhammad Hijab seriously and prove that he's telling the truth when he took the oath. So even if you don't believe her oath, well, why won't he give his oath? Why won't
Because
he?
he's too scared of it. Just like he said at the beginning, the only reason a guy would do this is because he's scared. Muhammad Hijab's a little wuss. That's what it is. He's just a coward. That's what it comes down to.
The Zionists.
And again, all these words are fed to him.
whoever is for that.
Muhammad Hijab told him to say that, right? I guarantee Muhammad
Oh, yeah.
Hijab told him to say that. Just give an excuse why he won't do the Mubahala, because he doesn't want to curse this poor single mother with her beautiful little sexually attractive daughter.
Again, for the love of all humanity, someone needs to check on that child. Please.
And we do know that she's
matter,
bleeding,
alhamdulillah,
so she's
you will not
ready.
stop our course. We are going to carry on. Your false accusations and lies only further prove that we are trying our best. We're not perfect. Best believe we're not perfect. But believe me, what you accuse us of, nowhere near are we those people. So, brothers and sisters, I ask you
What do
guys
you mean
to fear Allah
accuse
subhanahu
you
wa
of,
ta'ala
plural?
when it comes to this matter, inshallah, and do not
What are you talking about? What are you talking
Whoa,
about, Ali
yeah,
Dawa?
hold on. Hold on. I want to hear that again. We're at the very end, but that was very important to hear.
what you accuse us of.
What you accuse us of. Interesting.
Carry on. Your false accusations and lies only further prove that we are trying our best. We're not perfect. Best believe we're not perfect. But believe me, what you accuse us of, nowhere near are we those people. So, brothers and sisters, I ask you guys to fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when it comes to this matter, inshallah.
Yeah, accuse us. So, what are the accusations against Ali Dawa by Behind Veils?
There
exactly?
isn't any yet. But now I'm strongly starting to think that in those text messages, Ali Dawa was one of the people he was talking about. I'm betting Mohammed Hijab was talking about Ali Dawa in one of those text messages.
I mean, he said every name. He said every name you can think of on the UK scene. They're all doing it. And then in the part that isn't part of the short that has been played a few times, they found the original clip. After the part where it's cut off, he goes on to say, but Zakir Naik only has one wife. I was quite surprised to find that out. It didn't seem like that's what he'd be into, but he only has one wife. So there you go. So I guess obviously he's not on the UK scene, but he did clarify that when he's talking about all the names you can think of, Zakir Naik is excluded, as far as Muhammad Hijab knows, from having multiple wives, which means all the other guys you can think of, all Hijab's buddies, Hamza sources, this supposedly moderate Muslim that's good buddies with Hijab, Ali Dawa, of course, right? Sheikh Tarani, right? Because he's a Dawa boy at Speaker's Corner as well. They all do it. They're all into it. He doesn't probably know about American Muslims, so I'm not going to put the names that are Americans on there. But all the UK guys, they're all into it. Very interesting.
So, as we are starting to wrap up here, there it is. What can they do if they wanted to learn more about what's going to be uncovering probably tomorrow? Because there's always going to be more and more developing about the story by the sound of it.
This story
if I wanted to
continues.
find out more, where to go?
This story continues to develop. I've kind of made this my primary focus at the moment. All my recent content is about this, and I will have more content about it tomorrow. We'll be playing a couple short clips of the video you saw today, because there are additional things, research that I've done. I've dived into all her tweets, found all the times she attempted to contact David and whatnot, so we'll be discussing some of that. I did also text David and got his confirmation that he had never seen her messages. So much for working with the kuffar or working with the enemies of Islam, right? David never even saw her messages. So there's that. We'll look at some of her other tweets that aren't about this situation. We will look at the video that Behind Veils put out today, clearly showing how Not Hijab's video was very deceptively edited because they play the full clips of the full voicemail from which the clip was taken. And it's not like they just selected the best 30 seconds. They literally took like 10 seconds, cut out a portion, took another 10 seconds. Really, really highly deceptive editing going on there. So we'll be talking about that. Talking about the new text messages they've posted on the Behind Veils channel where Muhammad Hijab... So, little preview here. While they're trying to mediate between, so the original goal is to mediate, right, and never make any of this public. So while they're trying to mediate, the representative from Behind Veils gives Muhammad Hijab an opening, saying, like, hypothetically, let's say there's this individual, I forget what they called the girl, but Abdullah and this individual, and they give a fake girl's name. And this happened between them. What would your response about that be? And then at some point, Muhammad Hijab, for some unknown reason, well, probably because he's a sick, disgusting individual, starts describing what Abdullah would like from a woman sexually. So we'll look at those. And he forgets to use the fake woman's name. He says, this psychotic woman or this psychopath or something along those lines. This crazy woman, I forget exactly, right? So Abdullah, this crazy woman knows how to satisfy Abdullah. She knows that he likes X, Y. So we'll be looking at those sick text messages that Muhammad Hijab was sending while trying to defend himself against these charges long before it was brought public. There's also a pinned response to the accusations against Salman on the channel, saying that he categorically denies it, and he calls for complete public airing of the record, calls for a full investigation by Islamic authorities, calls for Mubala on that issue as well. So said that Ali Dawa just made up stuff. It was totally untrue. So he's coming hard. These morons, right? Ali Dawa, Muhammad Hijab, they only know one tactic, and that is to intimidate, say, I'm big and strong, you better not cross me or I'll knock you out. And then it doesn't work. And what do? They try to do more of the same because they don't know how to do anything else. They're messing with the wrong guy. Salman is not backing down. Unfortunately, one other update, Aisha posted a message saying that the Islamic Council has gotten involved and she'll be only communicating with them going forward because she is naive and gullible and thinks that they'll actually help her. That's not going to happen. Well, I mean, I could be surprised. I'll leave open a slim possibility, but almost certainly they're just trying to waste her time, keep her distracted for several months until this all blows over, and then they'll come back with their decision and say, there was no wrongdoing, you have no valid complaint against Muhammad Hijab.
You mean 2 years? She's done this for over 2 years, trying to get Muslims to listen to her. And it didn't work, and she's still falling for this lie.
And she's tried to go to the Islamic Council before, and they didn't want to listen to her. They didn't want to take the case. And then suddenly this becomes a public matter, and they want to talk to her. And she's posted that's what she's going to do, which is really unfortunate, but it's not going to stop Behind Veils from continuing to post the evidence they already have. I think they probably already have anything that would be damning anyway. She doesn't really have to be involved going forward. Unless, of course, Hijab were ever to step up and actually be a man and take the curse challenge. But, of course, he won't do that. So it doesn't really matter. And, I think that they were going to post a video based on the pinned comment. I think they're going to post a video tonight. So it's probably out now where he will verbally agree to the Mubahala challenge. Salman will. On the channel, he'll post that he is down for it because Hijab sent him a message saying, why don't you agree to take this before any of this went public, obviously. And we'll see who's lying in the matter. So I understand that he's going to publish a video today with the full Arabic, the proper way to declare this and all that, Islamically speaking. and Hijab will have been called. Of course, he'll back down. So lots of updates. We're talking about all that on my channel tomorrow. The investigative journalism I've done, proving that the screenshots that they are calling faked by Aisha were in fact faked by them, because they messed up on some of the finer details of the YouTube screen that they were trying to say they were screenshotting.
Oops. Oh, shoot. Darn it. The lies just don't seem to work for them. Maybe they think try lying harder. Oh, I got a better idea. Just tell the truth. It's so much easier. Come over to the truth side. It's so much easier just to be able to speak the truth and not need to lie constantly. So that if they can check it out on your channel.
Yes, on my channel about 12 hours from now. I haven't posted the video yet. I was going to post it before we went live, but then I was tied up on doing the investigative journalism on what had just come out. And so I hadn't posted it yet, but I'll get that posted before I go to bed. Should be 1 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow.
Fantastic. Looking forward to that. As for me, if you guys don't see a list of ton of live streams that I have coming up, I do have that. This week we will be talking about Christian and Muslim and the 5 major mistakes that most of them make. So this would be communication issues that Christians have with Muslims, Muslims have with Christians, that I've learned over the time that we're not actually talking about the same subject. So we'll be diving into that Saturday. And I'll be back here for another reaction live stream next week on Wednesday. You guys pick who I go after, and we'll dive on in that. It was actually kind of funny that you guys decided Ali Dawa, and then Ali Dawa immediately posts this. Right after I looked at it, I was like, well, that's convenient. Okay, thanks, Ali Dawa. I'll take that. But we will go ahead and end this live stream just like we started, with the music from Sal about Ali Dawa.
Hey you, are you wasting your time on social media again?
The standard narrative has holes.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
We live in a...
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself? This man is being more slippery. More slippery than the lubricant. This man is being more slippery. He's being more slippery than the lubricant in his daughter's sex shop. Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested? If you look at the Quran, you will get the indication that you can have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old. Come here, let me slap you. Quran alone, you're allowed to have sexual intercourse with 5-year-olds. Get me one verse in the Quran which says the woman has to be pubescent. One verse. If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
Have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty.
If showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's
what
the
about
principle.
age 4?
If there are signs.
Yeah.
See, the thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved at these ages.
You mean the parents that are brainwashed by guys like you?
get the hell out of here! You can lie to your spouse.
But can he lie in the context of, for example, if one says, I sense that you've got a second wife, can he say, no, I don't?
Yes, you can. You can say that.
You can say that.
I personally believe this is the Prophet said you can do it. Get the hell out of here! If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
The scientific miracles in the Quran got debunked. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. It's gone. And we are proud of that. We are proud of that. Aha. We are proud of that. We are proud of that. Aha. We are proud of that.
You're finished. You're finished. Wallahi, you're finished.
It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us to the least. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. Repeat it again, very clear. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us to the least. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us.
Stay away from Islam.